Hello, friends, and welcome. My name is Popeye, and today we're playing some more Higurashi Chapter 4. Last time, what happened? We met Creepy Rika, who told us to leave and go back to Tokyo or bad things would happen. Somehow I believe her, but we've yet to see the bad things. We then spent quite a long time playing mahjong with the police and the informant to figure out, or to win our way to being able to get our information sooner rather than later. It turns out we were a semi-professional mahjong champion in the past life, so we were able to do that. We then basically found out through the informant that, directly or indirectly, that this village was responsible for kidnapping the minister's grandson, and then we found proof in the grandson's wallet, as well as a receipt from a recent dental exam, and we called them, they were able to confirm it. Yes, the Minister of Magic. I'm sure that's how it works. He's the Minister of Construction, and they target him because they want the dam to go away that will flood their village. Then we cut to the grandson, who wants to put himself out of harm's way so that there's no leverage for his grandfather. Not that his grandfather would know unless he was able to, contact him, but he comes up with this plan. He has a surgery scar from when he got hit by a car a year ago. He pretends like it's acting up so that they'll call a doctor, and the doctor arrived and said we have to get him to a hospital. Yeah, so we're back with Detective Man from Tokyo, who has called his supervisors and basically told them all the evidence he's had, and they are sending backup. But we are on our way with Oishi to go check out the location where the wallet was found. And yeah, I think that's the summary. Yes, and they you think it's an inside job? They also think it's an inside job, just being able to plant his grandson's uniform tag in his desk. Either they've got someone incredibly skilled who's able to break in, get past all the security, and put it there and get out nicely, or it was an inside job. Yeah, I think that's a good summary. This may end up being the last episode of this game. I don't think it will be. I think there will be two. Next one may be slightly shorter, and depending on how short it is, I may tack on the start of the next game to it, similar to how we started this one after Trails of Cold Steel. But we'll just see how that goes. And also, thank you to Hand of Stalin for the follow after Saturday's stream. Don't think you're here right now, but wanted to say thank you anyways. And Funky is here. Yes, you've not been here in so long. How are you doing, Funky? Feels like forever since I have seen you. And yeah, I think that's all I had to say in terms of summary stuff. So let's go track down some kidnappers. I'm playing a lot of Animal Crossing recently. Planet Zoo has been my go-to game recently.
不法投棄のダンプが現れたらすぐにご連絡ください。急行いたしますのでね。
ご協力感謝しますよ、大石さん。どうぞ。
A gap wide enough for a single car was opened up in the barricade. Oishi, showing his gratitude, perhaps a threatening attitude, with a short beep on the horn, rolled the car forward through the checkpoint. This time, my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious. A baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath to not stop me for questioning. I had meant to be overcautious, knowing full well that my face was known. but it might have already been too late for that to have any use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the unbearably hot hoodie and windbreaker, ripped off the mask and hat, and threw them in the seat beside me.
ありゃいいんですか？
こんな小細工したところでどうせ割れているでしょうから。
そりゃまあそうでしょうな。
Wishy, probably thinking that my unexpected behavior is funny, continued to laugh. And we have the Irish butler. How are you doing? The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa spread out before me. The village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances surrounding it at the moment. I would absolutely love to take Yuki here for a drive one day. Come to think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. I played around with the idea in my head. In reality, the village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Doing alright just going through your dice hoard? See, I stopped getting dice. I've got my bag of dice right here. I got probably like two or three sets of dice here, more than enough. And like a million D20s. I'm pretty sure I just got like an extra tube that was just D20s at one point. I had heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. Part of this village, the intelligence network that the three families wielded was, due to blood ties and regional relationships, unbelievably well organized. You have 16 full set. You should just get the bag of holding one that just comes with 100 dice at this point. Their net spread not just around Hinamizawa itself, but encapsulated the entirety of the city of Shishibone as well. And 2 pounds of assorted dice. Okay, I think you have the rest of chat beat combined. When I first heard that, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it completely seriously. How could a local organization out in the boonies here have had something so grandiose? I couldn't deny that somewhere in the back of my mind I had ridiculed the thought. But not only were they threatening the minister, they demonstrated that they had a complete grasp on our movements, which were supposed to be top secret. They're almost like the secret police that controlled a small Eastern European country like in some spy novel. The villagers here wouldn't bat an eye at getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the dam project. I also heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. Now that you mention it, when I first arrived here, Oishi had also said that this place was a war zone, didn't he? The residents of this village were at the same time freedom fighters. Although, by definition, they are no different than guerrillas or a militia. They weren't protected by the Geneva Convention, but they also didn't have to adhere to those rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than any legitimate battlefield. A secret war was unfolding. I could drive along because Oishi was with me. I was to leave this car, or even something as trivial as looking for a vending machine. There was a chance I wouldn't return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was a battlefield. No, the reason why bullets weren't flying was simply because it was hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. They're probably just equipped with weapons other than guns that were easier to obtain. That was why Oishi was wearing that stab-proof vest, wasn't it? How is everyone today? I'm doing pretty good. I had a pretty lazy day. This is my last week off before I have to go back to work. The GTA 5 error code's text file for English is American.txt. I mean, yeah. Haven't you ever seen when you're like choosing the language in a menu and you click on English and it's the US flag instead of the British flag? I'm sorry to hear that, Samus's. I know you were telling me a bit about you were having a bad day earlier, but I'm sorry to hear that it hasn't got much better. I hope it does get better before the day ends.
赤坂さん、緊張してます。
The fact that I was apprehensive was of course picked up on by Oishi. He'd already figured it out, there was no point in trying to deny or
も
hide
ち
it.
ろんです。敵の本拠地にたった2人で乗り込んでいるんですよ。この人数では万一の時が不安です。
万一の時な大丈夫ですよ。
この村の人間全てが敵ではありませんでしたか。全員が口裏を合わせればこの村で白昼堂々殺人が起こっても証拠一つ残らない、そういうところだと聞いていますよ。
This is what the ironclad rule of not barging into Iku's office alone was about. There wasn't a neutral party involved, that area wasn't bound by the laws of common sense. Something happened, you wouldn't be able to prove it. There wasn't anybody who could take your side. It's pretty much the definition of poking the
南
bear.
沢地区へ向かうと同僚に言い残してますしね。万一の時は無線機もありますし、赤坂さんが怖がってるほどね、そう簡単には完全犯罪はできませんよ。まあもちろん油断をしないに越したことはありませんがね。赤坂さん、緊張しすぎですよ。前にご一緒してた時の方がリラックスしてらしたじゃないですか。な
Laughing it off, Oishi thumped his chest and grinned, as if to say I could depend on
まあ本当の本当にヤバくなったら桜の大門にはこいつがありますからね。
him. Oishi made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It's undoubtedly the image of a
役に
gun.
立ちますか。
撃った後の後始末云々が怖くなければ実に心強いですよ。
An officer's gun was only for show. If you really wanted to fire it, there were quite a number of stipulations. You had to be prepared for the very long probationary period afterwards. That definitely wasn't worth it, so even if an officer did unholster his gun, there wasn't one who actually wanted to pull the
赤
trigger.
坂さんは持ってるんですか？これ
まあ一応
撃ったことは？
ありますよ。訓練でですがね。
そりゃそうでしょうな。
I would really like to think that they, train the police by actually having them fire their gun at a target,
なら大石さんにはあるんですか。
rather than just being like, here you go, it's yours now. Hope you know how to use it.
私ですか？なまさかあるわけないじゃないですか。
What was this? Thought he was laughing at me because he had experience. The two of us
銃
laughed
口を
together.
向けたこともありませんがね。銃口を向けられたことなら何度かありますよ。銃口を覗かされるだけで寿命が3年は縮むな。
Even if he had never fired a gun before, couldn't even begin to compare the amount of experience Oishi had over me. At a time like this, I could only marvel again at how reliable Oishi seemed.
そういえば日の高いうちにこっちには来たくなかったな。でも車道はここを抜ける以外にないし。赤坂さん、念のためもう一回マスクで顔を隠してください。
どうしたんです。
冷房がうるさいから聞こえないかな。切りますよ。窓を開けてみてください。
When I opened the window, a blast of hot air blew inside. And then, I could hear angry yelling coming from far away. At that moment, the forest gave way on either side of us, and our view expanded suddenly. And there could be seen the Hinamizawa Dam construction grounds, the very front line for Hinamizawa village. The crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. The roar of angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had become a veritable sound cannon, spewing out its ammunition. The prefabricated site office was surrounded by 2 sets of high fences laced with barbed wire. Lined up in front of those fences were riot police and their vehicles. And surrounding it all were the villagers. They howled out their protests against the dam as a single entity.
今日は少ないですね。ついてます。
少ないんですか？
ええ、多い時だと道路までいっぱいになりますよ。うちうち車も通れません。
At first, due to their overwhelming intensity, it looked to me like there was more people than there actually was. Upon closer inspection, there were at most 50 to 70 of them. But the 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up that looked like they belonged to a band of thugs were a strange enough sight. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas, whilst covering their faces with masks, adding to the oddity of it all. The propaganda trucks, after braying their chorus, had their volume turned up even higher and began to flood the area with sutras. To say that the noise was downright violent wouldn't be an understatement. From this distance, it was still this loud. The glass in the office was probably rattling from the
あれを
noise.
ガンガンやられるとたまんないんですよね。昨日の連中全員耳栓してて、それでも耳がおかしくなるそうです。気の毒な話です。
騒音規制でなんとかできないんですか？
うちの県には騒音規制に関する規定ね、ないんですよ。それにほら、お経でしょ。宗教活動規制できないし、連中も頭いいんです。
Is what I think Oishi said. Actually, no matter how tightly the window was shut, the booming sound of the sutras still filled the car. I couldn't even hear what Oishi, who's sitting right next to me, was saying. As the car approached the line of propaganda trucks, the blare became difficult to bear. It wasn't enough to just plug my ears with my fingers, I had to hold my head to keep my skull from splitting apart. If I'd seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would have probably understood what Hinamizawa village was much quicker. Now I knew. They wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves in order to protect their hometown. Ah, so goddamn noisy. Shut up, shut up, shut up. My head throbbed. Felt like it was going to split apart. My eardrums crackled. On top of it all, I felt like I was going to throw up. With the road crowded from the throng of squatters, the propaganda trucks, and the riot police's vehicles, there was no way easy to get by. Even if you tried to shoo the squatters with the car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to noises from the outside world, and wouldn't easily move. The car could only inch forward at a snail's pace. Even then, the car eventually got through and started to leave the tumultuous noise behind.
ほら、昨日一緒に麻雀やったメンツにお年寄りさんいたでしょ。覚えてます？
I remember that there was an older person who didn't exactly mince words. Guy that Oishi called Old
い
Man.
らっしゃいましたね。
彼ね、第一航空の現場監督さんなんですよ。あそこのプレハブの中でイライラしながら仕事をなさってるんでしょうね。お気の毒なことです。
あれが毎日ではたまったものではないでしょう。
耐えかねて辞めちゃう人が後を絶ちません。まあ、その度にお給金がアップしてるんで何とも言えませんが。
Even having to deal with all that noise and hostility, they still made a wage that Oishi found enviable.
ちっくしょう、こいつら。聞こえてるのか聞こえてないのか。
A group of squatters were in the way of the car. Oishi, sufficiently annoyed, laid into the horn. There were no indications that they would be moving any time soon. In this din, could they not even hear the car horn? Or did they hear it and were being malicious? If there were any riot police nearby, it would have made people move. It just so happened that there weren't any around here.
もう。ちょいと待っててください。
Oishi opened up the door. The hot air and even more heated roar of the crowd spilled into the car. Oishi said something as he grinned widely, but I couldn't hear what it was. He was getting them to move. Something like that? Oishi stepped out of the car and closed the door. The din faded slightly. I stared blankly as Oishi headed towards the group and started some sort of conversation. Maybe we'd find the minister's grandson at Takatsudo. At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him, and slip the cursed bonds of this incomprehensible village. I could only pray. At that moment, a shadow was suddenly cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger side window, blocking the sunlight. I spun around, looked up, and realized who the backlit figure was. It was a girl. It was Rika Furude. The girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eyes. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I had been found by somebody I shouldn't be found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. Of course, there was no way she heard my small voice in this clamor. Even then, she should have seen me wave my hand in greeting. In spite of that, she simply stared down at me with a cold look on her face. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car once again. Oishi had returned to the driver's seat. Taking a look, the group that were blocking the road had started to move aside while glaring our way.
お待たせしました。行きましょうか。
Oishi registered the figure of the girl beside me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up. In a manner of, "It's dangerous, so get away." It was then she whispered one or two words, however I couldn't hear any of it.
さて、行きましょうかね。飛ばしますよ。もちろん、法定速度遵守で。
As if to shake off the still audible angry voices, Oishi floored the gas. Along with the roar and the din of the shouting, the villagers and the girl quickly disappeared behind us.
この先を抜けると高津戸地区です。銃撃戦の覚悟は大丈夫ですか？安全装置外すの土壇場でとちらないでくださいよ。
Oishi laughed mockingly again. I was more concerned with what the girl had said, however, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she trying to say with that apathetic and candid expression?
今から緊張したって仕方ないですよ。むしろ収穫がなくて勇み足って可能性だって十分にあるんですから。
But there was no longer way to confirm what the girl had tried to tell me. It might have been that the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again. Or else, saying to me who is here now, ignoring that warning.
警告したのに、バカなやつ。
I had a feeling she said something like that. If you were to call Hinamizawa a rather lonely village, and Takatsudo was outright desolate. For an everyday city boy like me, I just couldn't understand why anybody would force themselves to live here. There were signs that people had. They were all covered in dust or enveloped in ivy, indicating that it was all abandoned.
こんなところにも人は住んでいたんですね。
まあ、昔の話でしょうな。こんな偏僻なとこじゃ年寄りには辛いですし、若者だってもう少しまともな土地に住みたいでしょうしね。後を継ぐ者がいなきゃ最後にはこうなるってことでしょうな。
Even if I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel a little sentimental. It seemed that Oishi also felt the same way.
こんなところで財布が発見されたんですか？財布の取得者も よくこんなに偏僻なところに通りかかったものですね。
ああ、村人には山の中に畑を持ってる連中がいましてね。そういう連中は朝晩ここを通りますから。
畑仕事の村人たちは早朝や夕方にここを徒歩で通ると。
まさか行けるところまでは車で行くでしょうな。
早朝や夕方にこんなところを走行して落ちているたった一つの財布を発見できます。
できたんでしょうな。
取得者はどこで取得したと言っていますか？
もう少し先を行ったところにある茂みです。取得者はたまたまお腹が痛くなってちょいと茂みで用を足そうと思ったらしい。それで偶然見つけたらしいんですよ。中にちり紙でも入ってるのを期待したんですかね。
話ができすぎているように感じます。財布発見の当初からそういう違和感が拭えません。
I expressed the feeling that I had from the start of the day quite frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. But it was too perfect, sickeningly so. That was my
で
feeling.
きすぎってな、案外当たってるかもしれませんよ。
というと？
実は四課のお友達からちょいと聞いたんですがね、園崎お涼が大臣の孫の誘拐事件について言及したって話なんです。
言及した？
大臣の孫ももう誘拐されてから何日にもなってかわいそうだ。そろそろ解放されるといいなと。そう、お涼のばあさんが縁側でぼそりとつぶやいたってな話らしいんです。で、そのぼそりが園崎家の裏の裏のあちこちに伝えられてるようです。
Right, I had heard something earlier from Sato-san, the informant. When the leader, Oryu, had a concern, somebody in the family would be considerate.
つまりそれは実質上の人質解放命令ですか？
私はそう見てます。この出来すぎの財布発見は孫を警察に引き渡すためのイベントじゃないかと。
どうして人質の解放を？
そりゃ人質を解放するなんて理由は一つしかないじゃないですか。
なんです？
取引の成立ですよ。ひなみ沢ダム計画の中止を大臣が約束ってことですかね。
ダム計画なんて必ずなくなっちゃいますのです。
That moment, those words that the girl had said resurfaced in the back of my mind. In the end, it was turning out exactly as she had proclaimed. That young girl knew the circumstances. He knew everything about this kidnapping incident from the beginning to the end.
赤坂、
The girl unexpectedly called my name.
東京へ帰れ。
あ
なたはもう幾ばくもしないうちにこの村に来たことをひどく後悔することになる。それがあまりにもみすぼらしくて気の毒な姿だから今のうちから警告してあげているのです。
どうして私が後悔することになると？
いちいちうるさいな。あなたの親はあなたが赤信号の横断歩道の真ん中にいるときどうして危ないのかを全部説明し終えるまであなたの手を引っ張らないの？引っ張るでしょ。まず歩道まで連れ戻してからなぜ危険なのかを解くでしょう。つまりはそういうこと。
The girl, who knew everything from start to finish, had warned me in the beginning, go back to Tokyo.
赤坂の小上がり。
孫は無事見つかるでしょうが、その後はいろいろと厄介な問題になるでしょうな。どう厄介になるかは一警察官の私には想像もつきませんがね。
フルでリカって少女ご存知ですか？
What I'd said was such non sequitur. Oishi sat in stunned silence for a
も
while.
ちろん知ってますよ。御三家の一つ、古出家の一人娘ですね。
どういう少女なんです？
おやおや、これは意外な人物名にちょっと驚きです。公安では古出家が臭いと睨んでおられるわけで、私にも情報を分けてくださいよ。
あ、いや、そういうのじゃないんです。ちょっと気になったもので。
まあいいや。同じ卓を囲んだ友人の質問なら答えないわけにはいきませんからね。
友人と呼んでいただけて光栄です。
で、あのお嬢ちゃんはね、まあ村のマスコットみたいなもんです。村中の誰からも愛されてます。中でも年寄り連中には特に崇められてましてね。
崇められる？
よくは知らないんですがね、古出家に生まれた女の子ってのには多少神聖な意味合いがあるらしいんですよ。ひなみ沢の土着信仰ですがね、お社様の生まれ変わりだとかなんとか、そんな話があるらしいですよ。
お社様。そういえば同盟の登り旗の中にお社様と書かれたものがあったような気がします。何ですか、お社様って？
ああ、ひなみ沢の守り神様の名前です。村にあだなす者に罰を当てるって信じられてましてね。まあそんな便利な神様がいたらダムの連中はとっくに神罰にやられているんでしょうが、幸い今日までその罰ってやつは一つも起こってませんがね。
村にあだなす大臣の孫がお社様の怒りに触れ、なんて言いましたっけ？そう、鬼隠し。大臣の孫を鬼隠しにしたと、そういう筋書きになるわけでしょうか？
なるほどな。そういうことになるんでしょうな。
お社様が下した神罰なら、犯人はお社様の生まれ変わりであるあの少女。
Even I didn't know exactly what I was saying. The fact that Oishi laughed it off was a bit of a relief. Oishi's joyous laughter was so infectious that I began to laugh like an idiot as well.
ありゃ、こりゃ珍しい。
Oishi, after laying to the horn several times, rolled the window down and leaned out, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. It was a car headed the opposite way. Till now, we hadn't run into any other cars except our own, despite what the sound effects may tell you. Apparently that's just the wind. And of all places, it was at this desolate location. It seemed that Oishi knew the owner of that car. The other car also chirped its horn and came to a stop.
入江野先生、こんにちは。
The other car's windows rolled down slowly, revealing a young man in a white overcoat. He was about my age, perhaps a bit older. You can't really judge somebody by their
大石さん
appearance.
じゃありませんか。こんにちは。珍しいところでお会いしますね。
そりゃこっちのセリフですよ、先生。まさかこんなところで会うとはね。どうしたんです？
いえね、ちょっとした往診です。
ありゃ、そうですか。休館とかでしたか。
いえ、そんなに大したことではありませんでした。よかったですよ。
お医者の世話にならずに済むなら、それに越したことはないです。
ではこれで。急いで戻らないとスタッフに怒られますんで。
な診療所長さんも大変です。ではでは、お気をつけて。
The young doctor named Irie, after gesturing his farewell, drove forwards and soon disappeared around a corner. Oishi also drove forwards, but soon came to a stop again. pulled out a worn map book from the dash. His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was perfectly serious.
今日は診療所は往診の日じゃないはずです。よっぽどの急患か特殊な事情のある患者ということになりますね。
Oishi flipped through the pages, opening up to the map of Takatsudo. After that, took a look around and started to figure out what our current location was.
その急患が怪しいということですか？
言ったでしょう。高津戸地区にね、今私たちがいる道はここ。入江先生はこの道に対して。
Having no sense of our surroundings, I couldn't digest anything about the place he was indicating on the map.
私たちは財布の取得場所を目指しています。ちなみに取得場所はここ。でもね、高津戸地区にわずかにある民家に向かうには、そもそも道が違うんです。
つまり、入江医師は民家のない方角から来たと。
山間の段々畑で農作業中に誰かが倒れたってのでない限りね、人が倒れて医者が呼ばれたら普通は連れ帰って詳しく調べるもんです。でもさっき理恵医師は大したことはなかったと言いましたね。車には他には誰も乗っていなかったようですし。
Wish he didn't say any more than that. I also said nothing more. That doctor just now examined a patient, close by. Only that. The noisy radio had suddenly gone quiet. The sky had just as suddenly turned an oppressive color. Zoichi mused that it might start to rain. A torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. Eventually, Oishi stopped the car. The only sound to break the silence were the percussion of the rain on the roof and the soft squeak of the windshield wipers.
ちょいと静かで行きましょうかね。
Saying that in a quiet voice, he exited the car without an umbrella, careful not to make any noise. Oishi leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket. He was pointing to a prefabricated shed and a car that was parked beside it. The car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that had been left there for several years.
営林署の機材小屋です。夏場以外は利用されてないと聞きました。
あの車は営林署の職員の。
さあね。公用車には見えないですね。
Oishi was playing it cool, but my nervousness was gradually increasing.
一応は念のため。
Saying that, Oishi returned to the car. Thought he was going to get an umbrella. He'd grabbed the onboard radio instead.
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてるかな？こんにちは、こんにちは。
はい、沖宮 PS。大石さん、感度良好です。どうぞ。
今、高津戸地区の営林署機材小屋前です。矢後地に向かう方じゃないよ。平見沢から高津戸に入る方の。
はい、確認しました。
小屋に不審者。これより職質します。5分で連絡なかったら駐在所に連絡と大至急応援パトを送ってください。よろしくお願いします。
了解しました。
じゃあ行ってみましょうかね。
Since he was first confined here, he had heard the sound of a car multiple times. So he just thought the far-off sound was more of the same. However, reaction from his captors was, until now, something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reacting as if shocked by a jolt of electricity, and pressed against the window, cautiously peering outside.
止まったな。営林署の人間。まずいぜ。いや、警察やんな。
One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek.
お兄ちゃん、ちょい静かにしててな。分かってると思うけど、 大声出したりすると大変なことになるからな。
Toshiki Inugai was sure that the doctor had reported things to the police. He felt relief when he thought he was saved, not imagining that his captors would resort to violence when they were cornered. His anxiety remained unabated.
どうする？
時間稼いでる。小僧連れてちょい裏から抜けな。ほとぼり冷めたら落ち合おう。
One of the perpetrators grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki Inugai tried to resist by feigning that his illness had been aggravated by this rough treatment, but his captors paid no heed. The door was violently banged upon.
ごめんください。こんにちは。
Bang, bang, bang. The door was banged on again. Toshiki Inugai hesitated for a moment to respond to that voice by yelling. However, while he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking that option away from him. The leader of the captors waved at the other to go. The younger perpetrator nodded in response, while keeping the boy's mouth covered, started heading towards the back door.
はいはい。何かご用かいね。
どうも。警察ですがね。ここちょっと開けてもらっていいですか。急な雨で困っちゃいましてね。
ええ、今開けますん。
The moment the lock was undone, Oishi forced the door open. With a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped into the room. Then, in the small and empty room, he was able to quickly discern that the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen.
あれ？私はここは営林署の機材倉庫だって聞いてたんですけどね。何にもありませんね。
There was nothing inside the room that would indicate that this was an equipment shed. There was only a mountain of blankets, indicating that somebody was sleeping here, alongside empty food packets strewn about.
ああ、ここはずいぶん前から空っぽさね。機材がしまってあるところなんて。
でも営林署の建物でしょ。あんた営林署の人？
あんたこそ誰よ。警察？
The two of them glared at each other suspiciously, with Oishi and the man steadfastly refused to reveal their identity before the other did. We knocked on the door saying we're police, let us in. I think he knows who we are. The man, judging from the sharp look in Oishi's eyes, realized that it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. No matter what he said, the most time he could buy would probably be only a few dozen seconds. Only the sound of the rain filled this tense moment. Just then, they heard the sound of a struggle from far off. Oishi had a hunch. There was no doubt that Akasaka, who was circling around back, had run into the perpetrators who were trying to slip away. As Oishi thought that, the man in front of him reacted a moment faster. The man swung with an attack that was more intended to obscure Oishi's vision rather than actually hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, the man aimed a kick at Oishi's groin without any hesitation. But he missed his mark and was unable to land that critical blow. The man, trying to pin Oishi, grabbed him by the base of his neck with both hands and fiercely tried to push him down. As Oishi fell backwards, as if kicking the man upwards, he dug his foot into the man's midsection. That leg acting as a fulcrum, the man was flung by the falling Oishi as if by a circle throw. The two of them squared off in the pouring rain.
面白いじゃないの。俺とやろうってか？ね。
Oishi, as if trying to cheer himself on, grinned smugly. He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Even though he countered the assault, Oishi was getting up rather awkwardly compared to the man who he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet.
Oi-sa! Hayaku!
Akasaka's voice rang out from the distance. Judging from the distress in his voice, he was already engaged in a fight and wanted Oishi to reconvene with him. But Oishi's hands were full as well.
赤坂さん、申し訳ない。ちょっと待っててくださいよ。
The man raised both fists into a stance that hinted at him being acquainted with karate, some other form of martial arts. Of course, Oishi, as an officer of the law, was decently versed in judo. He also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, you could tell that the man in front of him was quite a bit better at fighting than he was. Ah, damn it. Thinking that this was going to be easy just because the order came from the Sonozaki family to release the hostage had been a big mistake.
なかなか上等じゃないの。久々に胃液がこみ上げてくる感じがしますよ。
Well, she played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean that Oishi wasn't going to go down easily. The man wildly charged forward, attempting to grab Oishi. The man managed a successful clinch from his low stance. Oishi would have been tackled to the ground and ended up being mounted. Something you saw often when children fought. But it really was a bad position, since you couldn't do much once you were in it. Oishi, responding to that move, also lowered his stance to collide with the man head-on. The moment they clashed, Oishi grabbed the man's lapel. As he yanked the lapel upwards, he smashed into the man's solar plexus with the elbow of the same arm. It was a move from Oishi's own personal brand of brawling judo. He then grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw his opponent with both hands. The man lowered his center of gravity and swung his arms in a large arc, entwining them with Oishi's. Not only that, but he had forced both of Oishi's elbows to the outside, and Oishi, now in an awkward position, was in danger of exposing his back, with his hand still clutching the man's chest. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling, didn't he? Oishi, cursing the fact that his fingers were twisted into the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip. He was still in the awkward position of being bent over, and to top it off, at zero range. The man was able to read Oishi's movements completely as he tried to squirm his way into a better position, and then took the palms of his hands and swiftly clapped them over both of Oishi's ears. Clapping the ears in any other martial art, except for self-defense, was basically forbidden. Karate and Judo didn't recognize it as a legal technique. It was that much of a simple and dangerous attack. Oishi raised both his hands as he tried to reflexively clutch at his own ears. Yes, Mim is here, just in time for the awkward position of being bent over, yes. How are you doing, Mim? Before that could happen, the man wrapped his arms around Oishi's neck. His thick biceps clenched firmly around the base of Oishi's neck like a vice. Oishi instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe that a man like this, who's accustomed to fighting, could crush his opponent's neck from this position. Well, didn't realize scrolling chat window would also scroll the text log in game. But yes, I was actually glad that they implemented that. Less when I join late, and more like when my internet craps out and I have to reset, refresh a page, and then all the chat goes away, and then it stays. And it's much better. But his opponent didn't do that. He'd chosen to keep his hold and force Oishi to lose consciousness. That's why Oishi, at that moment, even though his face was twitching, was grinning widely. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, this guy has no intention of killing me. However, even though that might be the case, the man's hold on his neck was by no means gentle. In no time at all, Oishi's consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in judo during his student days, Oishi was utterly resigned to the fact that it was over. Akasaka was finally recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a rather sensitive area. He bumped into the captor carrying the boy by the back entrance. He had seen Toshiki Inugai's picture plenty of times, but wasn't able to immediately ascertain if the boy in front of him was the real deal, with his mouth covered in packing tape. Also, with his limited experience, it wasn't hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation. Of course, the perpetrator didn't overlook this momentary lapse. His kick landed squarely in a critical spot, Akasaka not even having time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder, he headed towards the front of the shed. But upon hearing Oishi's bellowing voice, gave up on going that direction. He then dashed off towards the forest, as if the weight of the boy slung over his shoulder wasn't even there. Akasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Oishi, who was fighting with the enemy, was by far the safer option, but he couldn't lose sight of the fleeing man. Akasaka stood up and chased after the captor's back. He ran through a short thicket, branches and fallen leaves crunching underfoot. The tips of branches raked and clawed at him, small scratches inscribing themselves on his body, one after another. He kept on stepping into puddles and mud, and his shoes were soon filled with murky water. For Akasaka, traveling through this unexplored forest was, even though this was an emergency situation, extremely unpleasant. As he said that, he regretted it immediately, as it was but a waste of breath. There wasn't a thief in the world that would politely stop when told to by the police. To a city boy like Akasaka, running through this forest was an arduous task. However, it must have been no easy task either for the man carrying the minister's grandson. He neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit. Akasaka, realizing that, gained back a bit of composure. Just keep on chasing him. We were running in the same conditions. In fact, the man running with an awkward stride was at a far more of a disadvantage. They couldn't run forever. Eventually he'd definitely trip and fall. As long as he was being hounded, he would definitely stumble. And soon, his wish was fulfilled. We have yet to win, Samus's, but we just made the kidnapper fall by wishing it in our minds. I guess that's something. The man who had stepped in something and lost his balance was no longer able to bear the weight of the boy, dropping him. Akasaka, in all honesty, didn't care about the perpetrator at all, just as long as he could ensure the safety of Toshiki Inugai. So if the perpetrator ran off by himself, it was perfectly acceptable. But it seemed that Toshiki Inugai was important to the man as well, and didn't choose to run away empty-handed. Akasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. His first priority should probably be to ensure the safety of the boy, subduing his captor being less important. Grappling with the perpetrator wasn't something he planned on, but most likely it was either do or die. Akasaka's moment of indecision proved to be fatal. The man, aiming right between, or rather, for both of Akasaka's eyes, struck out with a jab. Not wanting that, Akasaka raised both his hands to shield his face. That moment, the man kicked at his unguarded midsection. The pain almost felt like his vital organs were being squeezed out of his body, but he latched onto his opponent's leg. But his opponent didn't hesitate one bit. Bleeding with the seized foot, the man jumped at Akasaka, applying pressure and pinning him down. And Samus has redeemed Stretch for 1 minute. Alright. So it's that time where in the middle of the fight, you just drop everything you're doing and get up and do some stretches for a minute. Yes, good time to check in. How is everyone doing tonight? And Butler has redeemed reveal anime figure. We will get to that just after. And Samus is already saying no to that. You're doing alright? You're babysitting your friends doing dumb things? I'm not doing dumb things, am I? You're bad because Samus hates the anime figure reveals is why. You lost your requests queue? What do you mean by that? Alright. There is your stretch. Ah, okay. Okay, so that was the stretch. And Butler has redeemed Reveal Anime Figure. So I have 10 anime figurines and or keychains, that's what they're called. I have a D10 here. There we go. Which I will roll starting from the left. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. First one being 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So let's see. We have an 8. 8 would be the fourth. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's not the same one we've done from the past few times, because I know we've had the same one a couple of times in a row, but this one is different. I could do that, or is this faster? That is faster. Not by much, though. Come on, you can get off my bag. There we go. Okay. So here... is it going to focus nicely? Maybe if I backlight it with my very white hand. There we go. Why do names always escape me when I do this? But this is, let me Google it. He's one of the characters from Persona 3. I'm gonna have to Google it because his name is escaping me right now. As names always do when you need them the most. What is your name? Junpei Iori, there we go. This is Junpei Iori from Persona 3. Yeah, he's a pretty laid-back guy, kind of a goofball. He's the Joker of the group, always there to make things feel lighter, whether that's meant to or he's just not smart enough to realize otherwise. But yes, there we go. Junpei Iori for you, Butler. Alright. Oh, I think I accidentally scrolled because I was trying to scroll through chat. Thank you, Samus, for permitting that. Why? Chat's not scrolled. Don't lie to me. I have a theory, Samus's. I think it's because you have the letters I, F, U in a row. And if you put that into... If you added a space between I and the FU, you kind of get something that could be seen as something bad. Yes, I have accidentally clicked through a couple things. Let's go back and read that. Here we are. Akasaka was unable to withstand that and fell. Under no circumstances was he letting that leg go. The two men fell together in a tangled heap. The man was desperate to pull his leg free from Akasaka, but having fallen in an awkward position, was unable to do so. The two of them rolled around on the ground, floundering about, trying to gain an advantage. But Akasaka was holding onto his opponent's knee with both hands, and that opponent who had complete freedom to move his upper body were in two completely different situations. The man gained a positional advantage on Akasaka, who was still latched onto his leg and couldn't move away, and pounded full force on his head with both of his fists. Not only that, he found a rock nearby and beat it against Akasaka's skull. That is what thwacking sounds like. The difference between being hit with a fist and being hit with a rock was vast. No duh. Akasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands to protect his head. But if you let go here, the man would get away. Next time I see you, Mim, I will show you, and then you will understand. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for naught. The boy he was trying to save was right there. He was going to save him and go back to Tokyo. If he'd do that, then it was goodbye to this freakish village. Apparently bams, cracks, and thuds all sound exactly the same. Without looking, I could tell my forehead had split open and was gushing blood. But I didn't let go of the man's leg. How could I? I won't let go. When the man realized no matter how much he beat my head, he wasn't getting away, he used both his hands to grasp my throat as if to crush my windpipe. What is it with games I play and choking people? I pulled my head back as a slight form of resistance, but it was of no use. The man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. It was less about the pain of not being able to breathe, so much it was choking so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. I play too many kinky games, apparently. I mean, I guess I have both ends. I have the games where I am the choker and the games where I am the chokee. Felt like my stomach was going to turn itself inside out. If I could only endure it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. My throat hurts. I won't let go. I can't let go. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. Go back to Tokyo. And talk to Yuki about our unborn child. You're going to talk about our bright future. Thank you, ma'am. I have both the games where I am the choker and the chokee. And yes, no 3-year-old book can defeat Popeye. I had no intention of loosening my grip. However, it loosened just a bit, and the man's leg came free. The man kicked as hard as possible, and I tumbled backwards. My head was spinning, and I was unable to get up right away. No, I couldn't put any strength into getting up in the first place. Even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape now, this chance would never come again. Even just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. We weren't able to get the minister's grandson back here. There wouldn't be another chance. The man tried to drag the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying some unexpected resistance, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grasped the rock the man had just beat me over the head with. Now it's my turn. The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, adding more than enough power to my attack. My fist, still wrapped around the rock, dug into the side of the man's torso. It seemed like it hurt him quite a bit. The man rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. Freed from the man's grip, the boy hid behind me. The boy, those were the words he was waiting for the most. But the crisis was still not over. That was because, even though he was still clutching at his side, the man had gotten up and had taken a fighting stance. I could see in the man's eyes the resentment of the pain I had caused him, and the confidence that he could still beat me. If we were to clash head-on again, he might not even stop if my head were split open. Such dirty fighting? Yeah, I guess they are in the mud. It's dirty fighting. This is true. We did tell them if they didn't hear from us in 5 minutes to send reinforcements. I would like to think it's been more than 5 minutes. I mean, we had like a 1-minute stretch break and like a 1-minute anime figurine break, so it's basically done. You know, they should be on their way already. The man reacted adversely to the word reinforcements. That was because he now knew that arguing like this wasn't just a waste of time, but put him closer and closer to danger. Realizing that, the man shifted mental gears almost too quickly. What the man pulled from his back pocket was, of all things, a gun. Of course, I'm a police officer. It's not like I don't know what a gun is. Having one pointed at me was something I'd never experienced before. Was it real? Of course it was. There's no way it'd be a replica in a situation like this. Yes, you're quite muddled, Mim. Quite. Also the fact that, you know, there's the kid right behind him, and depending on how bad his aim is, he might shoot the kid. Yeah, they did explain this a little bit before. They had, like, a conversation in the car, where the two cops on the way are like, hey, you have a gun, right? And they're both like, yeah. And then they're like, have you ever shot a gun? And they're like, yeah, in practice. And then they're like, have you ever, like, aimed it at someone? No. So long as he still held that gun, no matter how much I yelled at him, I was at a distinct disadvantage. But I still had a fighting chance. If I were in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling at each other like this, I would just shoot him and take the boy. That way was the fastest and would suppress any sort of further resistance from him. But the man was demanding my surrender without having fired a shot, meaning that he either didn't want to shoot or couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy even just a little more time, the factors that would lead to my victory were numerous. Oishi was probably on his way, and the reinforcements we called for before coming here should already be well on their way too. Not only that, they should have contacted the local police box. Without a doubt, somebody stationed in the village would be here much quicker than that. That moment, I heard the rustling of foliage, and heavy footsteps approaching. Boy, she was coming here. It was a whole new ballgame. Men couldn't have more than one gun. I had thought that time was on my side, but I had failed to even imagine that the enemy could also have reinforcements. You could tell that the man who just arrived was one of the perpetrators just by looking at him. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. How could this be? Damn it.
期待してた相方は来ないってよ。ざまあねえぞ。観念するのはてめえの方だ。
As I backed up against a large tree while still protecting the boy, the second man also pulled out a gun.
2回しか言わない。頭抱えてそこにうつ伏せになるんよ。
断る。
Well, apparently the second dude does not play around. As I shouted in protest, blood erupted from my left shoulder. It took a few moments to register that I had been shot. Compared to the ones in movies and TV dramas, the first actual gunshot I heard was simple and mundane. In fact, the sound is more akin to a small fireworks I used to buy from the corner store as a kid. But there was no comparing the pain. There's a fury you knew only after you've been shot. The boy, in his confusion, tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound even further. I wanted to put on a bold face and reassure him, but my voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect.
大丈夫。すでに応援は要請してあるんだ。すぐに警官隊が駆けつけてくれる。
警官が来る前に、お前に額にもっぱつくれちゃる方が早いんだ。無駄な殺生すなっちゅう本家に言われとんか加減しとん。あんまりなめとんと容赦せんとよ。
This was bad. It was very bad. Very, very bad. The second man was a completely different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. This man said he'd shoot, he'd shoot. He wasn't somebody that a man like me could buy time from. I really hated to admit it, but at that moment, the image of Yuki's smiling face crossed the back of my mind. I knew what that meant. I was warning myself to not throw my life away over a matter of pride. Of course, I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yuki and wanted to see the face of our soon-to-be-born child. Why should I risk my life for some minister's grandson when I was at such a critical juncture in my own life? Ugh, damn it, damn it. I needed to stop rambling at myself. So what do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my own life? What a good idea. Everybody's life is precious. My own life was in danger. Nobody would blame me. God damn it, it hurts. It hurts. If I had known it would be this painful, I wouldn't have played the tough guy. My biggest miscalculation, though, that the sound of the gunshot was far quieter than I had imagined. If it was only that loud, it would be drowned out by the rain and the forest. It wasn't something that somebody far away could hear.
待てよ、待ってくれよ。死にたくないよ。
あん、こっちだって死なせとうない。分かればええん、分かれば。
撃つなよ。撃つなよ。帰りを待ってる妻がいるんだ。
死にたくないんだよ。
叫ばんとでも歌んね。おとなしゅう頭抱えてうつ伏せになったら歌んだるね。
本当だろうな。本当だろうな。約束は守れよ。絶対だぞ。男と男の約束だぞ。
守ったんだ。男と男の約束しやよ。
守れよ、守れよ。じゃあうつ伏せになるからな。なるからな。約束守るんだから銃を向けるのやめろよ。やっぱ撃つ気なんだろ。撃つ気なんだろ。俺が筒になったら後頭部を撃つ気なんだろ。
歌んね、歌んね。わかった。しまってる。銃はしまってる。男と男の約束しやねえ。どんね。これなら文句ないんて。
Are we gonna shoot him now? Is that what's gonna happen?
ねえ、極めて文句ないですよ。
Oh, now our backup's here. It was over in a flash. The moment he lowered his gun, Oishi didn't let his chance slip by. Oishi had been assessing the situation for quite some time from behind the two men. Since they had their guns trained on me, he didn't really have a chance to jump in. Seeing the look on Oishi's face, indicating that he wanted me to create an opening, I took on that role completely. Oishi forcefully lifted the arm that was holding the gun, then took the gun from the man's hand in only an instant. The other man, who was a bit slow in grasping what was happening, pointed his gun at them. With his ally grappling with Oishi, he couldn't pull the trigger. If that man was the one that was wrestling with Oishi at the moment, he might have shot without hesitation. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot. Oishi kicked the other man away, and while aiming the stolen gun with his left hand, pulled out his own. With guns akimbo, he's aiming at both men at the same time. It was perfectly played, but heedless of the two guns pointed at them, the men shouted, "Scram!" as they scattered away at full speed. It was over in an instant. Those two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unexpected. Oishi, quietly clicking his tongue in admonishment, slipped both guns into his pants pockets. He didn't shoot them in the balls though, did he, Mim? He seems rather sad that he wasn't able to do that.
あいつらもよく知ってるな。
何をですか？
逃げてる背中を警官は撃てませんからね。私も退職金が惜しいもんで。
Oishi and I grinned at each other.
君が犬飼俊樹君？犬飼検察大臣のお孫さん？
はい。
こりゃでかい事件になるかな。どうせトカゲの尻尾切りになるんでしょうけどね。
Oishi smiled amusedly. The fact that the Onikafuchi Defense Alliance, or rather the Sonozaki family behind them, was pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it wouldn't be easy. And with apologies to Oishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. If this caused an uproar, it would obviously lead to the minister losing his office. With HQ having decided that doing so was in the national interest, this would probably be cleaned up quietly. Might be a rough way of saying it, but this was born in the shadows and was going to die in the shadows. Oishi probably understood the implications behind this incident.
とにかく非常線を張らせましょう。連中まだ一丁は拳銃を持ってるようですからね。それから犬飼君を保護して赤坂さんはすぐに病院に行かないと。
As the tension in the situation faded, the pain from the gunshot wound in my shoulder blossomed once again. My forehead was also stinging painfully and had grown hot enough to start a fire. Thinking that the tension had caused me to sweat, I wiped my forehead, but what came off was a large amount of blood. I realized that my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood flowing from my head. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound, without a doubt. There would probably be an investigation on the men who ran, but that was for another day. At this point in time, I could safely say we'd cleared the major hurdle of securing the boy's safety. As soon as I recognized that, it felt like the lights in my head had been hit by a power failure. My knees buckled from underneath me, the ground there feeling as soft as a cloud. It didn't feel unpleasant, even as I was covered in the rain-soaked mud. Oishi came closer, asking if I was okay, but somehow I couldn't tell. I turned off the switch to the last light in my head. The exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something softer than any blanket wrapped around me. Okay, that was the end of the chapter. We have one tip, so we'll view that, and then we might even be able to get one more chapter done today. This is called A Very Kind Person. Unlike those two men just now. Patients admitted to the hospital can only accept calls at fixed times. That's why she wouldn't be receiving a call from him today. Yesterday she had teased him that he got lonely easily, so he might have struggled with the idea of calling her sooner. That was much easier to imagine, rather than that he might just be too busy to call. Because he's just that type of person. Yuki, whispering that, smiled to herself. The announcement that visiting hours were over played over the hospital intercom, along with some music. She exchanged pleasantries with the family of the patient that was staying in the same room as her. Probably eager for his mother to be discharged, their small child was wearing a beaming smile. That child's mother was pregnant in the bed next to mine, with what may be their new brother or sister. They were probably ready to burst with the expectations, dreams, and worries of having a new sibling. The joys of a growing family. Bathing in those warm feelings, I stroked my own belly, which had grown quite large. I had talked with him about how many children we wanted to have. Talked about if we had 3, it would certainly be lively. However, there was the inescapable worry of whether I would be able to handle giving birth that many times.
でもそんなことを不安に思って出産を嫌う母なんていないですものね。
Yuki, smiling as she said that to herself, gently stroked her stomach. The Metropolitan Public Safety Division, the place where that man's sense of justice had led him. That person was actually a very gentle, very fragile person. He didn't talk much about the specifics, but I didn't think he was suited for the assignment he was on right now. But, as long as he said he was going to try his best, I would watch over him
あな
warmly.
たのお父さんはね、とっても頑張り屋さんなのよ。こちょこちょこちょこちょ。
Yuki seemed to be enjoying herself as she talked to her own belly. At that moment, Yuki suddenly became concerned about something and looked out the window. It used to be this time, long ago. She remembered that when she was little, around this time in the countryside where her grandmother lived, the Higurashi would fill the air with their chorus. This was the middle of Tokyo. Unlike in the countryside, you couldn't hear the song of the Higurashi. But for some reason, at that moment, Yuki felt that she wanted to hear that song. Okay. So let's do the thing where we save the game. So that was end of chapter 4. There's 2 more chapters, and then they have a end of game conclusion party thing that they do. I've got another hour and a half. Yeah, only 2. This is a very short game. It's only 6 chapters. I think I've said this before, but the average player does it in about 7 or 8 hours. Streaming adds some time to it, but I only expected it to be about 3 or 4 streams long, and I had to cut the first few streams short. Well, one was short because it was the tail end of Cold Steel, and then the other one I had something come up. So yeah, what unusual for me finishing a game in less than 6 months. That was my first time losing consciousness. You often hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed. This was my first time actually experiencing it.
もしもし、大丈夫ですか?
Realizing that I was awake, a young doctor called out to me. I didn't intend to respond. It seemed my body language had told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had also been treated. My sense of pain also returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all throughout me.
起きないで横になっ
Thank
てい
you
て
for
く
the
ださい。
lurk, Samuses.
頭をだいぶ殴られたようですからね。24時間は特に安静にして容体を見守りたいところです。
ここは
私の診療所です。入江と申します。よろしく。
I remember that this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier.
誰かいませんか？大石さんは。
ああ、呼んできましょう。 診療所の中は禁煙なんで表で吸ってもらってるんです。
Dr. Irie left the room to go call Oishi. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold. The pouring rain had stopped, the voices of the Higurashi heralding the cooling temperature. I felt that the tone of the Higurashi's voices was comforting. Eventually, I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Oishi's. The fog that was enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality. What had happened since then? What had happened to the boy? What about the reinforcements from Tokyo? The door to the room flew open, allowing Dr. Irie and Oishi to enter.
じゃあ命に別状はないんでしょ？
ないとお約束はできません。頭に受けた傷は初見だけでは判断が危険なのです。
わかりましたわかりました。ちょいと彼と二人で話がしたいんですが、よろしいですか？
ええ、どうぞ。何かありましたらお呼びください。
Oishi, after basically forcing Dr. Irie outside, shut the door.
いかがですかお具合は？
慣れないことをしたんで全身がボロボロです。
Oishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the bed.
犯人たちは逮捕されましたか？
残念ながら。とっくに県外へ逃げたか村人にかくまわれているかのどちらかでしょうね。まあ逃がしゃしませんが。
大臣の孫は？
署で保護しています。ただ東京のあなたのご同僚から一切の聴取は取るなと釘を刺されたらしいですよ。しげちゃんが憤慨してましたっけ？
The kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was also probably being kept under wraps. How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, how it would be covered up, treated like it never happened, would be handled by the brass. If this case ended without the nation going into an uproar about it, then our job had been done. The possibility that the minister had negotiated with the perpetrators couldn't be ruled out. Something like that was no longer my concern. My role in this case was over.
ご迷惑をおかけします。公安ってやつはいやらしいところだって思ってるでしょ。
思いません思いません。お互い日の丸から給金もらって仕事してるだけですよ。
Oishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against Oishi. Now that feeling was completely
今回の
gone.
事件隠さないで大事にしてくれた方がこっちは都合がいいんですけどね。そうすれば黒幕の園崎本家に少しは迫れるんですが、まあ適当に迫ったところで圧力がかかるんでしょうがね。やれやれです。
大石さんは園崎本家に今後も戦いを？
まさか。いろいろと黒い噂こそ絶えませんがね。園崎家に恨みがあるわけじゃありませんので、君子危うきに近寄らない方がいいんですよ。ね。
Oishi laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh
そうだ
along.
そうだ。さっき県警から署に連絡があったそうです。あなたのご同僚が名古屋に到着したそうで、今車でこちらへ向かっているそうです。あなたは名誉の負傷ですから東京へ引き上げだそうですよ。そんなわけです。はあ、お疲れ様でした。あなたの沖宮での仕事は無事終了です。
We got 2 more chapters. It can't be over. I was being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words.
大石さんのご協力に深く感謝します。あなたに支払った協力金は無駄にはなりませんでしたね。
あら、冗談のつもりだったんだけどな。
Oishi took out his wallet, casually pulled out several large bills, and jammed them into the breast pocket of my
これ
shirt.
は協力金の返済じゃないですよ。私からあなたへのお小遣いです。 この辺は地酒がうまいんでね。東京へのお土産にこいつで買っていくといいでしょ
Where she flashed me a
う。もし
grin.
もあなたの傷が軽いようなら、東京へ帰る前にぜひ声をかけてくださいよ。おやつさんも佐藤さんもぜひあなたともう一度卓を囲みたいと言ってましたからね。
やれやれ。参ったな。
今度はこっちも小細工抜きです。純粋に楽しもうじゃないですか。
よく言いますよ。原則の警官があんなに恋様ができるなんて。
私どもとね、対等以上に打てるメンツにはなかなかお会いできないもんです。あなたが東京に帰るのが惜しいですよ。
When I heard the words going back to Tokyo from Oishi, I was reminded once again that I was relieved from my duties. Soon, Yuki would be giving birth. It might still be possible to attend the delivery that I had at one time given up on. I thought that, the pain from my injuries became trivial. I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yuki at once.
少し傷が重いふりをして沖宮にしばらく滞在しません？いいお店をいろいろ紹介しますよ。もちろんおごれなんて言いません。
申し訳ないですが、それはまたの機会にします。妻の出産日が近いんでね。早く帰りたいんです。
ありゃりゃ。それは知らなかった。それじゃあこんなとこにいちゃいけない。早く帰らないといけません。
For a while after that, Oishi asked all sorts of questions about my wife, teasing and bantering with me.
さて、具合はどうです？おきれいそうですか？
ええ。おかげさまで悪くないです。立って歩いても全然平気ですよ。
I stood up and shuffled around for a bit, which seemed to amuse Oishi.
いえいえ、ひなみ沢の病院では落ち着かないでしょうと思いまして。入江の先生は一晩泊まらせたいみたいなこと言ってますが、犯人もまだ捕まってませんし、一応ここはあなたにとっては敵地になりますからね。
この病院は安全ではない。
まあ、入江の先生も多少は社会的信用のあるお人です。ここにいる限りは何もないとは思いますが、赤坂さんの気分的にめいらないかという方が問題ですね。
I had relaxed a bit now that things had progressed this far. It was exactly as Oishi had said. I realized that this was enemy territory. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. The only thing left for me to do was leaving. The chance that I would come to harm was logically fairly low. That didn't mean I was completely
そうで
safe.
すね。横になっているだけなら、ホテルのベッドでも同じな気がします。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。私もその方がいいと思います。
That moment, I caught a glimpse of the clock over Oishi's shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I could call Yuki to the hospital were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible that I would soon be back at her
ちょっ
side.
と、雪江の病院に電話してきます。ロビーに公衆電話とかはありませんか？
新婚さんはそういうの豆だな。確か会計の脇にあったと思います。ここで待ってますから、いってらっしゃい、いってらっしゃい。
Oishi, laughing while saying that he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette, even though he was in a hospital room. Appreciative at how considerate Oishi was, I set out to the lobby to find the phone. The lobby was just a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. I thought that this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this. Of course, it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yuki was admitted to. Running inside a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. There was nobody else in the lobby. It may have been the evening, but there was nobody at the reception desk. Well, this might actually be lucky for me. I wasn't planning to have a conversation to feel guilty about. It'd still be embarrassing to have someone listen to the conversation between me and Yuki. Taking a quick look around, I soon found the payphone. Digging around my pocket, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling Tokyo from here, so I burned through this amount fairly quickly. I picked up the receiver and inserted a coin, then dialed the number for Yuki's hospital, which I had completely memorized at this point. Guess this is him doing the whatever you call the spin thing on the old school phones. Yeah, the number for Yuki's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it inevitably took some time. A rotary dial, that's what those are called. Thank you, brain. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but currently any time was precious. However, I felt that something was strange as I was dialing in the number. I don't know exactly how to put it, but it was as if the receiver was too quiet. That unique white noise from the telephone line wasn't there. Somehow, I felt that I wasn't getting any feedback from the phone. Without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver to try again. The coin popped out from the return slot. I reinserted the coin and began dialing once again, but the receiver was still dead silent.
なんだこれ。断線でもしてるのかな。
While I was wasting time like this, the amount I had to spend talking with Yuki shrunk. I began to feel needlessly impatient.
すみません。
I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. There was an immediate response, and a man who seemed like a pharmacist came over.
はいはい。どうなさいましたか？
すみません。この電話の調子がおかしくて。ちょっと見てもらえますか？
The man came over and tried testing various things with the receiver pressed to his ear. Come to think of it, this was someone who worked at the hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about phones, neither would he.
なんだこれ。
The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed.
なんだこれ。参ったな。
A dilly of a pickle? It sounds like something the Simpsons neighbor would say.
これじゃ電話会社の人に直してもらわないとどうにもならないですね。電話でしたら事務室のを使います？
I didn't want the people in the hospital office around while I was talking.
近所に公衆電話はありませんか？
ここを出て道なりに行くと商店街に出ます。そこのどこかの角のタバコ屋にあったような気がするな。行けば見つけられると思いますよ。
I was dressed in a hospital gown. I was wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I was not dressed to be wandering outside. But that's where the impetuousness of youth came in. Choosing the chance to talk to Yuki for even a little longer, I headed outside in my current state. Follow the road to the shopping district. Should be able to find one soon enough. With only those 2 lines as my guide, I ran outside the gates of the hospital. With the village nestled in a valley, when the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sparse street lights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, knowing the time for their chorus was soon at a close, redoubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as the person at the hospital had suggested. Was it still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Was it just getting farther away? Just as I was about to be crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop on the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. My joy spurred me onwards. Just as I had heard at the hospital, next to the counter of the cigarette shop was an antiquated payphone. I wasn't wearing a watch, so I didn't know what time it was. I probably didn't have much time left, though. But it was enough. Just as long as I could tell Yuki my job was done, I would be coming home soon. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. But I felt that something was strange, just like at the hospital. Even after inserting the coin, the phone showed no response. I hung up the receiver and tried putting in the coin one more time. There was absolutely no response. This phone was dead. Couldn't be. Thinking that, I felt along the cord that protruded from the back of the phone. Doing that, my hands found the end of a completely severed line. What is this? Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. It seemed that the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some sort. And I may be mistaken, it didn't look like much time had passed since it was cut.
すみません。すみません。
Opening up the booth window of the tobacco shop, I looked for someone in the dimly lit interior. Eventually, there was the sounds of somebody plodding down some stairs, and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding and lethargic steps, for some reason, only served to make me more frantic.
タバコですかいね。小さまでねんと、わがねのしゃ。
タバコを買いたいわけじゃないんです。この電話が。
Realizing that saying the phone was broken and asking them to take a look at it was going to get me nowhere, I swallowed back my words.
この電話が壊れてるみたいなんで、別の公衆電話があるところを教えてもらいたいのですが。
The old lady moved her jaw up and down slowly, as if chewing on the meaning of my words. It seemed that she wouldn't understand until she had digested things thoroughly.
電話、壊れてますかいね。そんな難儀だわ。他の公衆電話を当たってくだせ。
Thanks, old woman. Not like we thought of that. The old lady directed me to another payphone that seemed quite a ways away. Samus is back. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started to get impatient. That moment, I spotted a clock in the dim interior of the store. The minute hand was just about to point straight up. Even if there was a phone right here that I could use, I would only be able to tell Yuki good night with the time I had left. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone, which I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was of a normal state of mind, deciding to give up on the phone today would have been the natural thought process. But at that moment, I had become somewhat stubborn for some reason. Unable to use the phone in the hospital, and coming out here and still being unable to use one, there was no mistaking that I had become quite insistent on using a phone.
あ、どうもありがとうございます。その電話ボックス、探してみます。
Refusing her offer to draw me a map, I left the tobacco shop. You have food. What kind of food do you have, Samus's? According to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. If I just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I'll admit, I was quite steadfast about calling Yuki. There were days when I was tired or busy, when I wouldn't call her. Even today, my entire body was covered with injuries, and I was dead tired. On top of that, there wasn't much time left. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of those days I didn't call her. But having twice been foiled trying to call her, had I become hot-headed about it? Was I like a dog who had been told to stay, with a piece of food dangling in my face? Even so, I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach. It was like that with the hospital phone, and the same with the one at the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not severed from being frayed by long years of use. The clean cuts indicated that someone had taken something sharp and deliberately cut them. But who, and for what reason? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt, so I tried to push the thought aside. I asked, what food do you have? How much had I run so far? The scenery around me was no longer that of a shopping district with residential buildings scattered about the lonely road. The surroundings had already grown dark. I was blatantly out too far for a quick phone call. It was quite obvious I was far removed from the hospital. I recalled the clock I saw at the tobacco shop. Is it Popeye's chicken? I feel like I'm obligated to ask that. I had run for quite a bit, so my breathing had grown quite ragged. If I just wanted to hear Yuki's voice, I should have just thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. I regretted it a little. Well then, was it about time to give up? Just when I thought that, I saw the light in front of me. I had finally found it. It was a phone booth. It seemed that the light in the phone booth had recently been changed, as it shone with a vivid white light. Although in the gloom of Hinamizawa is nothing more than a gathering spot for moths. In any case, I had finally found it. As my hand touched the door of the phone booth, I realized that I was breathing and sweating heavily. I didn't know what time it was right now, but even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yuki. Since I'd spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try was out of the question. Before I picked up the receiver, another wave of uneasiness washed over me. I was worried that this phone cord might be severed as well. How was the cord in this phone booth? Squatting down, I followed the bundle of cables as they ran along the corner into the ceiling. At a glance, nothing was out of the ordinary. I ran my fingers as far as I could along the line to check it out. The only thing they found was a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of the ordinary. I wondered if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut the cords of payphones as some sort of tasteless prank. Might be prudent to talk to Oishi-san about this later. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. In any case, this one was fine, this time. Pulling out a coin from my pocket with one hand, I picked up the receiver with the other. But this time, before the receiver even reached my ear, I felt something was off. The receiver was light. It was more than a slightly unpleasant feeling. It almost felt sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered at the receiver in my hand with a measure of reluctance. The coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, the tip of the cable swaying in the air. It's all I could do to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. It was a type of dread. That moment, I heard the crunch of somebody stepping on gravel. The light was reflected off the glass walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see outside into the darkness. I steeled myself and stepped out of the phone booth. The inside of the booth was lit with that strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I could feel a chill wash over me. And there was the silhouette of a person. A small silhouette. The long hair of that silhouette was blown about by the cool breeze.
怪我人が病院を抜け出してはいけないのですよ。
Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. I didn't have any basis for it, but I knew that she was that girl.
ねえ、赤坂。
She, Rika Furude, said that almost like it was a warning.
君が電話のコードを。
You don't have one of those nearby? I don't think... I'm trying to think. I don't think I do either. I'd have to drive probably at least like 15-20 minutes to find the nearest Popeyes, I think. Her expression remained unchanged, and my question was left unanswered. In other words, no response. Regardless, I felt that she had affirmed my suspicions.
どうしてこんなことをするんだ。どうして。
The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem very afraid.
もうどうにもならないことです。
I interpreted her words as meaning that I wasn't going to be in time for calling hours at the hospital. But thinking about it, that would have been a very strange thing to say. Why would she know something like that? I could take what she'd said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not even moving an inch. Almost to the point that if the wind wasn't occasionally rustling through her long hair, it would be the illusion that time had stopped.
赤坂が私を気味悪く思っているのがよくわかる。
ああ、いや、そんなことないよ。
My denial came out almost like a bad piece composed for a poetry slam. Her words were right on the mark. I'd always felt something ominous and uncanny about her. ever since her strange threats at the shrine. He had noticed that my expression was contrary to my words, seemingly laughing at the gap between them.
赤坂の怖がり。
怖がってなんかいないよ。
Being laughed at by the small child didn't sit well with me, so I said that.
もう電話を探しても手遅れの時間です。
そうだな。
He didn't even have to say it. I was absolutely too late. Might have already missed calling hours even by the time I reached this phone booth. I was too late, but I had no option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with phones suddenly faded. Even though I thought it was strange that I was obsessed. What is with the evil children? I don't know, Samus's. Apparently I play games with evil little girls and strangling. Apparently that's my brand now. I don't know why. That strange obsession now gone, I began to laugh at how hopeless I was. I mean, just look at what I was wearing. It wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals. My head was wrapped in bandages, and my body completely soaked in sweat. It was a wonder that the old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. Wanting to hear Yuki's voice as my motive, I had trapezed around the town the entire evening. I didn't know whether to call it the follies of youth, or simply plain embarrassing. In any case, it was all I could do but to laugh at myself.
もうこれで今夜赤坂がすることは何もないです。
そうだな。もう何もないよ。おとなしく病院へ引き上げるさ。
それがいいのですよ。病院への道はわかりますですか？
わかるつもりだよ。
She waved her little hand as I began to head back the way I came. Began to follow alongside me. Looking at her face, I could see she wore a mischievous smile, as if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost.
リカちゃんの家もこっちの方向なのかい？
なのですよ。
こんな時間に一人で表を歩いてると、ご両親に怒られたりしないかい？
別に怒られませんです。今日はご両親は忙しい日なので、僕のことなど忘れていますですよ。
それでも帰った方がいい。きっと怒るよ。
それでも赤坂とおしゃべりする方が面白いのでいいのです。
She said that with a face free from worry as she looked up at me once more and smiled. When she showed me that smile, the eerie feeling surrounding her faded. Even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. We arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier. It was much darker than before, but the point of view changed on the return trip. I wasn't very confident that this actually was the corner I turned at. It's no mistake, it had to be this corner. As I began to move my feet again, the girl grabbed onto my clothes.
赤坂は病院へ戻るのではないのですか？
もちろん戻るつもりだよ。道間違えた？
A short moment of silence. Eventually, still holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on.
"電話のコードを切って回ってたのリカちゃんだろ？ダメだよ、もうしゃ。
僕には何のことかよくわかりませんのですよ。
本当にかい？
She tried to play dumb, but it was written all over her face.
ニパー。
Obvious she was trying to laugh it off, but that adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. I'm gonna be a horrible father, aren't I? That momentary lapse in tension was erased by her next words.
孫、無事に見つかってよかったです。
Unable to respond right away, I sunk into silence. I'd already learned this from Sato-san's info, didn't I? This girl, No, this entire village knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb, but in the end, I chose not to. With everything being known already, there was no point in me feigning ignorance.
なんとかね。
それはよかったです。これで東京に帰れますですよ。
ありがと
赤坂の怪我はひどいのですか？
う。さあ、ひどいのかどうか、医者の診察を聞いてないからわからないな。
Huh? Come to think of it, I vaguely remembered being told to lie down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Did that mean bed rest?
怪我人は病院を抜け出してはいけないのですよ。
電話のコードだって切っちゃいけないんだぞ。
僕には何のことやらわからないのです。
じゃあこっちだって何のことかわからないや。
As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. Somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips.
赤坂が生きてこの村を出られる確率は決して高くありませんでした。僕は赤坂に死んでほしくはないので、生きて村を出ることができて嬉しいです。
リカちゃん、最初っから私の正体は知ってたんだろ？
She said nothing, but gave a firm
なら
nod.
分かっていると思うけど、私たちはこの村のどちらかというと敵の部類に入ると思う。なのに君はいろいろと忠告してくれたね。
That's right. She said it at that time. She wouldn't warn somebody that she was okay with dying. Definitely said something like that.
なら私は君に感謝するべきなのかもしれないね。
感謝した方がいいのですよ。僕は命の恩人なのです。
Saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. She said it jokingly, but the meaning behind those words was quite heavy. That was because whether I lived or died was a decision that might have been made in a place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. The Defense Alliance's office was there. There was the stone steps leading up to the Furude Shrine. When I passed by before, I was so focused on finding a phone booth I hadn't realized where I
確か
was.
この神社がリカちゃんの家だったよね。
まあ、そんなものです。
Looking up at the shrine grounds, it was brightly lit and energetic voices could be heard. What was going
今日
on?
はお祭りの日なのですよ。
お祭り？
ひなみ沢村の唯一で一番のお祭り。綿流しのお祭りです。
綿流し？
祭りなんて名ばかりのつまらないものですよ。見ますですか？
She asked bluntly, but seeing that I looked interested, she climbed up a couple steps and motioned for me to come. I was only going to go back and sleep anyways. If I had nothing else to do, it might not be a bad idea to go with her on a little detour. In the hostile territory that was this village, I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Oishi. Even though I thought of the village like that, when I was with this girl I forgot all about it. In any case, even without anything to back it up, I felt that as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. That's why, even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance's territory. Climbing up to the grounds of the shrine, I could see that there were about 3 pavilions set up, with meeting tables and folding chairs. The old folks from the village, no, the executives of the Defense Alliance, were already quite drunkenly sharing another round of drinks. I could only see it as people from the village counseled drinking while enjoying the evening air. At the very least, it was certainly quite different than any festival I'd ever seen.
ね、つまんないお祭りでしょ。
これは確かにお祭りには見えないね。
大昔からずっと続いてきたお祭りですが、見ての通り、すっかり寂れてしまったのですよ。
As if to chide the old folks, she said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. You really couldn't call this a festival anymore. Just a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival.
これじゃ祀られる神様も気の毒だな。
こんなみっともないお祭りも5、6年もすると村中が総出でやってきて、ちゃんと儀式も真面目にやる立派なお祭りになるのですよ。
Samus has redeemed another stretch. So it's that time of the night when you stop looking at creepy girls guiding you around a village and get up and stretch. I'll be honest, Samus, I thought you would then save up for a juggle. Because I know how much you like the juggles. Just before this, I was looking up 4-ball juggling patterns. And just seeing if it's even worth doing 4-ball juggling before trying 5-ball juggling. And the resounding answer seems to be yes. It's much easier to go to 5-ball from 4. Not that I think the tricks for 4 look very impressive, in my opinion. Although they are quite technically hard. Anyone want some fries? You don't feel good anymore? If you're not feeling good, please do not force yourself to eat. If I could, I would take your fries. I would never turn down French fries. And there we go. That was your stretch. What she said was not so much wishful thinking as it was the telling of a future that had already been determined. She wasn't even predicting it. It was almost like she was simply reporting the results. That's how it sounded. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. It was the same way she talked when she changed. While I struggled to find the words to reply to her, she wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. Not in a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Passing through a copse of pine trees, a strong and cool breeze ruffled my hair. Somehow I imagined at this point, like, his entire, head like this was just, wrapped up in bandages and you couldn't see his hair, and he had, I don't know, maybe one of his eyes was kind of covered like this, but apparently his hair is still there. But he can't evaporate, this is true. She can evaporate, but we cannot. There, from that one evening, was the splendid observation platform the girl had shown me. As it had grown completely dark, the modest lights littered across the nightscape were providing a different type of scenery.
こうして眺めると、この村ものどかそうに見えますのです。
She said that with an indifferent look on her face.
君は先日、この村は絶対にダムに沈むことはないと、そう断言したね。
She didn't reply, seemingly relishing in the feeling of the wind blowing through her hair.
あれは、あの時点でもう、大臣が要求に応じていたという意味だったんだね。
She spun around, her gaze meeting mine. But she said nothing. She spoke nothing that would neither confirm nor deny what I had just said.
今回の事件は闇から闇へ葬られる。本庁上層部は多分大臣のスキャンダルが公になってトラブルになることを望まないと思う。
さもないと 孫を殺すぞと脅したに違いないのです。
で、大臣との交渉が成功し、孫は解放された。
Released is a very light way of calling it.
孫を助けたのは赤坂ですよ。
どうだろう。発端となったあの財布の発見。あれ自体がすでに出来すぎだったように思う。
Ever since the moment that wallet was discovered, I felt something was odd. Oishi said it as well. The Sonozaki family had given the order to release the hostage, meaning that our little manhunt was a farce to begin with. Come to think of it, I was punched, kicked, and had a gun pointed at me. I felt like they put up quite a fight, but that might have been all part of a good performance. Once the negotiations were successful, they couldn't just say, "Here you go," and return the minister's grandson right to his doorstep. They knew that public safety had realized that this was a kidnapping case and were moving in on it. That's why, due to the action of public safety, the grandson was able to be rescued safely. The minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. That type of performance was necessary.
僕には難しいことはよくわかりません。
同感だな。私にだって難しいことはよくわからない。だが、一つ確実なことがある。君が言った通りってことさ。この村はダム湖になんか沈まない。ダム計画なんてそのうちなくなってしまうってことさ。
That wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying. I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. This village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble. It was because they were protecting their homes. Someone just decided by themselves that they had to leave the house I was used to living in, I would resent them as well. Top of that, it wasn't a place like mine where I just happened to be renting it, a place their families had lived for generations. Might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. I might not really be qualified to criticize policies or bureaucracy, but deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind.
よかったじゃないか。
どうしてですか？
少なくともこれでこの村に平和が戻るよ。
Even though the minister promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it could be completely scrapped. At the very least, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. For the villagers to officially hear that their village wasn't going to be submerged at the bottom of a dam was still a ways away. But it was no mistake that the promise of peace returning to the village was there. It turned out from beginning to end that it had already been decided. Just as the girl had said, it was decided. There wasn't really a need for me to come here in the first place. There's absolutely no need for me to have come here and aggravate an unpleasant situation. If I had never come here, then grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable manner.
平和がこの村に？
When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me, but her face remained indifferent, expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered.
これから毎年血生臭いことが起きるのに。
リカちゃん、何の話だい？
As the wind blew her hair about, the girl, as if taking pleasure in that I was the only one who didn't know, continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while.
私ね、あと何年かすると殺されるの。
Huh? Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression that had been cast in shadow was smiling, amused, or
リ
resigned.
カちゃんがどうして？
とても不愉快なことだけど、それも多分決まってることなの。
決まっているって、誰がそんなことを決めるんだい？
それを私も知りたいの。
Turning back to face me, she showed me a resolute expression for the first time. After staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before she spoke her next words.
ここは人の命を何とも思わない連中でいっぱいです。これを伝えても何も変わらないかもしれないけど、でも死という月を映す水面をかき消すためなら小石を投じることもあるかもしれない。
I had no idea what she was trying to say. It's just, I had to listen to every word with my body and soul, or at least, that's what I thought.
来年の今日、そう、昭和54年の6月の今日、ダム現場の監督が殺されます。
For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. By the foreman, did she mean that gruff old man I played mahjong with?
殺されるって。どうして。
She didn't answer, but she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared the damn project would go away. That wasn't the face of somebody making a forecast or a prediction. It was something that was already decided. No, it was as if she was already reporting the results, that sort of expression.
恐ろしい殺され方をした後、体中をバラバラに引き裂かれて捨てられてしまいます。
バラバラ殺人。
その翌年の昭和55年の6月の今日、聡子の両親が突き落とされて死にます。
Satoko? First time I'd heard that name, but I didn't have the courage to interrupt the girl's
あるい
story.
は事故と言うべきかもしれない不幸な事故。
The girl smiled faintly, but she wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile along with the lifeless look in her eyes.
そしてさらにその翌年の昭和56年の6月の今日、私の両親が殺されます。そしてさらに翌年の昭和57年の6月の今日、聡子の意地悪おばが頭を割られて死にます。そしてさらに翌年の昭和58年の6月の今日、あるいはその数日後か、私が殺されます。すべての死が予定調和なら、最後の死もまた予定のうちなのでしょうか。でもならばこれは一体誰の予定なの。
This village is full of murderers and people who have no regard for human life. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths up to 1982 would be the work of somebody in the village. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths that would occur were at the discretion of those who control the village. But that didn't explain what would happen in 1983. There was no way that the last death would fit in with anybody's plans. They had no regard for human life. They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals. But their goals were at odds with the last death. That's why the last death was unrelated to them. That last death would definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen. Probably definitely, I dare say. The last death would be a merciful one. A handkerchief or something being placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness, never to wake up again. Exactly whose plan was that?
私は幸せに生きたい。望みはそれだけ。大好きな友人たちに囲まれて、楽しく日々を過ごしたい。それだけなの。それ以上の何も望んでいないの。
リカちゃん。
死にたくない。
The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip in the end. Eventually, we were discovered by some drunks. The girl, as well as I, were dragged back to the festivities. Everybody was completely drunk, so even when they saw my head completely wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. Well, certainly if I was in good enough condition to slip out of a hospital, it must not be that serious. The girl was mingling with everybody, being pampered like a kitten. Her expression was adorable, nothing like the one from just before, predicting her own death and whispering that she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it's hard to believe that these people weren't the core extremist resistance group. Yes, drunk, I said. Hello, Droth, how are you doing? This really seems like an upbeat game. It's all fun and games until, you know, people get murdered, you know. Or creepy girls come and talk to you. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered. The 20-some-odd folk here have included some of the village executives and other important members. It's got out of a virtual wine tasting. That sounds interesting. I guess you guys picked out the wines ahead of time and you all had them, like, lined up? I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, I just had, like, a lazy day today. Among those, there was no doubt that there were members that were at the Sonozaki Family Council in attendance. Meaning, even if we never met face to face before, there were people here who knew my identity. Nice. Sounds like a fun time. In a small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here. That's why, without even saying anything, it soon became obvious that I was an outsider. But they actually seemed interested by that, asked me all sorts of questions about Tokyo. Drinking while musing on the faint relationship the city had with the villagers, and empathizing with the rather meager environment. The confidential talks with the minister were finished. Grandson was in police custody. Everything was over. I might not have to be put in another perilous situation. To me, they were only my adversaries because of my job. Outside of that, there were no reason I couldn't be friendly with them. The next time I visited this village, would it return to being a tranquil and beautiful place? That happened, I might be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup was once again filled to the brim with beer. By the time I was able to get away, it was the middle of the night. The girl had at some point disappeared. It seemed that her parents had told her to go home and sleep when she let out a large yawn. The old folk, who had absolutely no remorse for making an injured person hang out with them, told me as much as they laughed. I was just there drinking, so I had thought to help a bit with cleanup, however my help was refused on the grounds that I was a guest. On top of that, they had a car prepped to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot of the hospital. The front door of the hospital was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered around bewilderedly, searching for a back entrance, until somebody on night duty found out and let me inside.
こんな時間までどちらへ？入江先生も心配してましたよ。
ご迷惑をおかけしました。神社でお祭りの人たちに引き止められまして。
ああ、そういえば今日は神社で町会の人たちが集まって飲むとか言ってたな。それはご愁傷様でした。傷は大丈夫ですか？
ちょっとズキズキしますね。多分アルコールのせいだと思います。
そうだ。お連れの刑事さんが連絡が欲しいと言ってましたよ。
いけない。大石さんを待たせてたんだった。
I glanced at the clock. No matter how you looked at it, it was way too late to call him now. I'll apologize to him tomorrow over the phone. I returned back to my hospital room and slipped into the bed that was still unmade from the time I went outside. Oh, that's no good. I have to turn off the lights. My weariness had cut the power cord powering my body, lulling me into a deep sleep. The This pillow looks like a wrapped piece of candy, just saying. Oh, we got through chapter 5. Okay. So we have 3 diary entries, which we will read. And then we got about 40 minutes left. We'll start into chapter 6. I don't think we'll finish it, so we'll probably have to... The original Werthers. Exactly. Yeah, so Sam says we've gotten through 1.5 chapters so far tonight. We might get through 2. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think I don't think we'll have time to get through all of the last chapter. But we'll start it. We'll see how far we get. We'll probably have to come back next Monday with the rest of this chapter and then the after story. But let's read these diary entries in order. There was something I didn't like about my child. I first realized it when I started writing these things down. They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. They aren't able to feel loved, even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to, and those parents are failures. This wasn't something like that, though. How can I say it? Probably harder to express with mere words. I just want my child to be average. As long as they weren't falling behind, there wasn't any need for them to excel at something. As long as they acted appropriately for their age, I would have been fine with it. My child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in her class were running around in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. And the other kids broke the equipment for the athletics festival and were apologizing fervently. She only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat a delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that if the aforementioned situations happen again, they now act in a manner befitting their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. Why were they indifferent about that field trip but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that picture book but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that bento but happy about this one? The former and the latter in each situation seem exactly the same to me. There was even times when I thought the former one was better. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing, but always respond that I don't understand my own child, and we would mope together. My husband, always the optimist, once said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's. If there were some things we didn't understand, we shouldn't worry about it. I lament his lack of urgency. One day, when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu that my child would enjoy, but she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. That attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. On a day when the weather was nice, the laundry I had just hung up to dry was blown by a large gust of wind, causing the entire line to fall down. But she, watching me try to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there laughing. That attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. I regret the fact that I've been a bad mother. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back, little by little, with some light interactions. Seeing her do some sort of craft work on the veranda, I called out to her.
ここ数日、気持ちのいい晴れの日が続いて、気分がいいわね。
That child, with that indifferent look on her face I hated so much, looked up at me for a moment, then without a word, returned to immersing herself in her craft work. Up until now, I would have hit her on the head just for that. I held myself back.
何を作ってるの？
お人形さんてるてる坊主。
That child was using inserts from the newspaper to deftly make some weather charms. The forecast hadn't called for rain. That child in her own way, praying that these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Bringing out a ball of yarn, I began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the roof.
ダメよリカ、頭が重すぎるから。ほら、逆さてるてる坊主になっちゃったわ。これじゃ晴れじゃなくて雨になっちゃうわよ。
When I started to take them down, my child tugged at the hem of my shirt, as if to stop me.
逆さになるように作ったのだから、それでいいの。
でもリカ、てるてる坊主が逆さじゃ晴れのおまじないにならないわよ。
雨が降るようにおまじないをしているから、それでいいの。
I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside of me. I was trying desperately to understand my child.
そっか。お庭の朝顔が晴れ続きで元気がなくなっちゃったから雨が欲しいのね。
That child turned to me with the expression that I hated the most.
晴れにね。飽きたの。
I don't understand. I don't understand. I just can't understand that child. Well, apparently this mother had many things to say, because that's just part 1 of 3. I'm actually surprised that we have an unseen artwork for this. No, we don't have the boxes back, Samus's. Besides, we all know the one that had the caramel was superior than the gum. During the family council, she buried herself under Oryu-san's futon again. Oryu-san dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter whatever insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child is a kitten or something. Oreo dotes on her exactly like you would with a kitten. As her mother, I chided her for doing that. Until Oreo-san had said 3 times that it was fine, I chided her as a formality. The game lies, murder the game. Oh, Samus, why did you just make us lose the game? Dang it, Samus. Of course, she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Oreo-san standing as far above mine, she behaves like that. I don't like the cunning that's unbefitting of her age either. In any case, not only Oreo-san, the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day, I was surprised. By chance, on the way back from some shopping, I saw her, by herself, just outside a candy shop. My own child suddenly grabbed a snack, opened the package right there, and then started eating it. She didn't make any attempt to pay for it. She didn't even think of looking around. Didn't even feel like she was shoplifting, more like she were brazenly eating snacks that were offered to her. When I began to admonish my child, the elderly shop owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave the ridiculous excuse that he had said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks out by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for the snacks that my child had eaten, the owner refused my money. During that exchange, more old folks had suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people all put their hands together reverently in front of my child, and repeatedly voiced their respects. I was born into the Frude family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated specially. When I was still young, it was something I often heard from my grandmother. If by chance the child that I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. All the older folk believe she's the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama and spoil her rotten. Not only did they spoil her, but they even told her that she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, that she had a divine power, and threw all sorts of strange folk tales her way. So she may have begun to believe herself that she was a special existence. I went around and told everybody that it wasn't good for her upbringing, so to stop telling her all these strange things. But there was no uprooting the elderly people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen to them, but it ended up being that she stopped listening to me. Between all the old folks in the village who would dote on her and myself, who only scolded her, there was no wonder who she would listen to. There was no mistaking that the reason she had become strange was because of the elderly villagers. There was no doubt that they had shoved her full of strange folk tales and superstitions since she was young. If it wasn't for that, there was no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. Okay, we have one last diary entry, which I assume will not be praising her daughter. One sunny parent-teacher day. There was a cooking class. My child was making curry rice with a practiced hand. While the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives, that child was wielding hers deftly. The teacher approached me with a smile on their face, saying it must be a result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a vague smile and a nod in response. That was because I had never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Even then, she was peeling vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them to the pot in the order of which took longest to cook. This lady clearly loves her daughter and is a master of child rearing. Of course. My mistake. For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together, happy at their child's actions. But in my case, it was different. There was no mistaking that somebody had taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I quietly fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked her, it seemed she could also sew and do the laundry. I'd never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it around the house. Be it cooking, or sewing, or the laundry. Again, that was probably because the elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I wasn't looking. Rubbish, yeah. Stop teaching my child how to cook and clean and do laundry. Those aren't useful life skills. Not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her up as the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I said as much to my husband, suggesting that we should keep our child away from the elderly folk. My husband, who was in the position of being the head priest of the Furude Shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. He took the rather unconvinced stance of saying that as long as she was being doted upon, wasn't it fine? I argued against that. That she was our child and should be a completely normal girl. That what the elderly were expecting, that she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was simply odd. The elderly villagers believed that that child has divine powers. We would discuss the weather for the following day, but there were many times when I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Rather than having clairvoyance, that was just a second-hand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things that she knew that she shouldn't have known were as a result of the people who were trying to indoctrinate her, the people who were gossiping, getting together in the village. However, there certainly were days where everybody thought it was going to be sunny all day, and that child would stubbornly not go out without an umbrella. It would only occasionally rain, and in the end, we would be saved. There might also have been times when Rika knew of major incidents in foreign countries faster than the news did. I thought that she must have heard it over the radio or something. Knowing things she shouldn't have, something like that, was in front of me right now, wasn't it? That child was making curry rice when there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her how to. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Somebody had taught her, indoctrinated her. Just remember, everyone, if someone teaches you a recipe, that's indoctrination, and you shouldn't support that. When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody had indoctrinated Rika with something.
フルデさんのカレーは大変見事です。先生、花丸をあげちゃいます。
Yes, constantly recurring to your child as my child or the child, that child, and never by her name is totally normal. See, there's her gold star, right there in her text. She can speak gold stars. She's clearly magic.
フルデさんはお料理を誰に習いましたか？やっぱりお家で？はい、
お家なのですよ。
The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies, all lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the person who had completely indoctrinated my child? She was my normal, average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That's not gold? Yes, I guess it's whatever color is behind the text. Okay. We read all the diary entries. I think we just got an achievement for reading all of them. Let's go back out. We'll do the thing where I save the game so I don't have to redo all that off stream. And we'll start chapter 6, which is the last chapter of the game. I think there's no chance we're getting through it, but we will start and we'll find a natural stopping point. And that means that next stream will be the last stream of this game. Unless for some reason this game... Oh.
誰もが忘れそうなほど地方の小さな村の出来事。悲劇は幕を閉じ、その傷跡も消え去ろうとしていたある日、青年はかつて出会った少女に思いを馳せる。あの日聞けなかった言葉、あの日果たせなかった約束、その後悔と慟哭が閉じられたままだった運命を開く一つの光となった。暇つぶし。運命は幸せだけじゃない。でも不幸を望む人なんて誰もいない。
Okay, so we flash forward ahead a couple years ahead. I think this is going back to the start of the game where he's in the airport reminiscing on this. You want more and you know you shouldn't. As in more tonight or more of this game in general?
パパってば。大丈夫？怖い夢でも見たの？
Miyuki was sitting next to me. Quickly patted her head after hearing her say that. I must have had a bad dream while sleeping in the cabin. I was sweating profusely.
いや、なんでもない。ちょっと暑かったかな。
I tried to wipe away the sweat while answering, and looked around for a handkerchief or towel. And then, a cold drop ran down my forehead. Miyuki turned to me and smiled, then wiped my face with the towel she received at takeoff.
ありがとう、ユキ。
Thanks to her, I was finally able to shake off my slumber. I got up from the aisle seat and looked out the window. I wrapped my arms around Miyuki in the window seat, listened to the noise as the land and sea flew past us before our eyes. And then the plane gently turned before entering the airport runway. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around looking for Oishi. I was met with a familiar gruff voice calling out to me.
Akasaka-san! 何年ぶりでしょう。ご無沙汰しておりますね。
大石さん、本当にお久しぶりです。
Oishi clapped his hand down on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion.
赤坂さんもだいぶいい顔つきになりましたね。最前線の捜査官らしいいい顔つきですよ。
大石さんはだいぶスマートになりましたね。背筋も良くなったような。これも社交ダンスのおかげですか。
赤坂さんもね、若いうちからダンスはやっておいた
Somehow,
方
I
がいい
don't
ですよ。
imagine his personality and ballroom dancing going together, but apparently they do.
そしたらきっとモテます。モテモテ。
Oishi had retired, moved to Sapporo. Of all things, had started taking ballroom dancing lessons. He'd apparently gotten really into it, and had decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to the hobby. He was aiming to get his instructor's qualifications before he hit 80, live out his old age dandily.
おやそちらがひょっとして
I'm gonna hate myself for this, but is there a crappy drawing of the child? No. I'm kind of happy about that. Oishi suddenly turned his attention to Miyuki, who was standing idly next to me. He bent down on his knee to look her in the face. However, my daughter was frightened and hid behind my back. So apparently I'm like a ghost standing right here that she's moving behind my back. And just to spite Samus's, Mim has redeemed the anime figure reveal. Irish and I'll redeem this one, so if it comes up the same one as before, I will re-roll for you, Mim. But I have a D10 here. I've got 5 figures from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first one being from left going 1, 2 on the dice, 3, 4, and so on. We got a 9, which is the one that we've seen a few times, not this stream. I think we had him in back-to-back streams. Samus is not pleased. But yes, we have from My Hero Academia, Todoroki-kun, half and half, stop swinging so people can see you. And yes, I picked this up in Japan just over a year ago. They had all the like male characters holding flowers. It's hard to see. I think he's got, is it a tulip? No, a lily. He's got a lily that is also half and half to match his hair. And yes, it is quite cute. I don't know why, but this one's been rolled like 3 of the last 4 times. I swear I have other ones. I swear the die is also not rigged. These are actually the hardest ones for me to show because I have to pull them off my backpack and then put them on after. The other 3 are like literally right here. I can just pick them up and show them. But yes, there you go, Mim. Much to Samus's chagrin, and I see he has scolded you properly. See, Mim does not stay out of trouble, exactly.
こら、みゆき。ちゃんとご挨拶しなさい。
は、
He was staring at Oishi with a dubious expression while tugging at the hem of my shirt. She's usually not this shy. I wonder what's wrong.
すみません。いつもはこうじゃないんですが。
いえいえ、いいんですよ。おじさん顔が怖いからな。よかったらお名前を聞いてもいいですか？
赤坂みゆき。7歳です。こんにちはです。
いいお返事です。さすがは赤坂さんの娘さんですよ。
You finally learned not to save when running mods in GTA 5. My advice when running GT 5, just don't do anything. That's the only way that nothing bad will happen. Just don't touch your mouse, don't touch your keyboard, don't touch your controller, and then nothing wrong will happen. As soon as you touch any of those things, something might happen. Oishi gently stroked Miyuki's head and smiled as though she were his own grandchild. After finally seeing that, Miyuki smiled in relief. Shortly afterwards, Miyuki told me that she was just doing what I had told her to, be careful around strangers. Oishi overheard that and let out a hearty "Wahahaha!" Why does he sound like Waluigi now? shaking his body while laughing and walking. I let myself into Oishi's car, and we headed out toward the hot spring inn. I had originally intended to crash at Oishi's place. Oishi was quite obstinate that his home wasn't suitable for that, so it came to this. At the inn, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs, then ate a delicious feast until we were full. Miyuki had a little of the Mongolian barbecue, and was delighted with it. After our bellies were swollen, Miyuki grew sleepy and went off to bed. Then Oishi and I reminisced about the time we played mahjong together in Hinamizawa. It seemed that to celebrate our reunion, Oishi had looked for people who could play, but unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we excitedly recounted our exploits during the final manhunt.
結局、あの犯人の2人は捕まったんですか?
Okay,
I gotta did the... Okay. They did have this artwork in the original. I am amazed that they actually have different outfits for them.
結局、山狩りでも見つけられませんでした。多分、村にかくまわれてから、海外か遠方でほとぼりを冷ましてるんじゃないかと思いますね。
大石さんは確か、犯人の銃の一丁を奪いましたよね。あれからは
海外の軍用拳銃でした。関西系の暴力団組織が大量に密輸したうちの一丁でしょうな。戦場痕を調べましたが、他の事件とのつながりは何も出ませんでした。そっちでは？
私はあの後、しばらく現場を離れましたので、よくは知りません。結局、全部闇の中ってことで決着したようですがね。
Oishi smiled dryly as he sipped his chilled drink. It's totally not alcohol.
大変でしたね。今年で7年ですか。
ええ。先日、七回忌の法要がありました。岐阜とも最近は疎遠でして、準備でいろいろ苦労しました。
それは、お疲れ様でした。
It was then that the hostess brought in the extra drinks that we had ordered before. While the bottles of beer clanked as she brought them in, we halted our conversation. What Oishi meant when he said it must have been tough. Thinking about that was still hard, but time had healed the wound. And now we have a flashback to back at the end of Chapter 5. It was the day after. I phoned Oishi to apologize. When I did, Oishi almost immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl with the suspects, but I disappeared to drink late into the night without leaving any sort of contact information. So I thought he'd definitely be mad. However, all he said that it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, and that I should come to the station as soon as possible. At the time, I could only think that he must have been really pissed off. But when I arrived at the station, he said this.
君の奥さんが事故に遭ったらしい。
Having no idea what happened, I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yuki was staying at. After being given the runaround several times, I was finally able to talk to someone in charge. After mincing words for quite some time, they told me.
赤坂幸恵様が事故でお亡くなりになりました。
The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. Yuki's death was unbelievably abrupt, unbelievably sudden. Could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth, but Yuki's death wasn't anything like that. On the stairs, on the way up to the roof, she just happened to slip and fall. And she just happened to fall on an unfortunate place, at an unfortunate angle. That was it. Wanting to blame Yuki's death on somebody, I began to think that it was an act of revenge by the Defense Alliance, that they killed my wife and made it look like an accident. What I learned when I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. Yuki had a habit of going up to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Even late in her pregnancy, when the evening came, she would always head up there. Her father had always said for her not to push herself, but Yuki insisted that until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed, she should be allowed to do as she wished. However, I'd never once seen Yuki go up onto the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited with her, he would spend that time with me instead. I heard the reason why Yuki went up to the roof from a nurse she'd become friendly with. She said that her husband was away on business a lot of the time, and that whenever he called, she was able to cheer him up and give him courage. But when he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Her husband might put on a show of bravado, but in reality he grew lonesome pathetically fast. She was probably just the same. Whenever he left for business, not clear when he'd be back, she felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why, whenever he went far away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call, at the very least she felt that standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. At that moment, I remembered the words that girl had told me. That it was best that I go back to Tokyo right away. Otherwise, there would be something I'd regret horribly. Yes, that's it. Because I was away on business that day, Yuki had headed up to the roof. Had I known that this would have been the result, had I done as the girl had said and dropped everything to go back to Tokyo, I might have been with Yuki on the day she died. If I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of the 3rd day of my trip. Yes, it's right before the time I had the sudden urge to hear Yuki's voice, and ran around the village trying to find a phone. The girl had gone around and cut all the phone cords. If she hadn't, and I had made that call, I would have undoubtedly learned of Yuki's death at that time and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the cords were cut, I had only put me off learning of Yuki's death by that one evening. In the end, I had learned of it the next morning. However, when I managed to put my emotions in order, I realized it was that girl's small token of consideration.
そんな話は初めて聞きました。
ええ。私も初めて話します。
偶然では超能力じゃあるまいし。
大石さんは教えてくれましたよね。あの子はお社様という神様の生まれ変わりではないかと言われてるって。
まあ村の年寄りどもはフルで理科に神通力があると信じてるようでしたがね。
神通力。
Oishi had originally said it as a kind of joke, but realizing that I was serious, he slumped his shoulders.
まあ嘘か本当か知りませんがね。未来のことを予言してみせたり、知らないはずのことを話してみせたり、千里眼だの天の啓示だの、まあいろいろです。もちろん具体的な実例は何一つありゃしないんですがね。
雪絵の事故を予言してみせました。
Oishi tried to laugh it off, but out of respect to my deceased wife, he kept it restrained.
現職の警視庁の敏腕捜査官が神通力やらたたりやらを信じるわけで。
Having him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course, I had no intention of believing such odd things, but he could only say that because he didn't know what I did. Since I met that other girl, who both was and wasn't Rika Furude. I couldn't deny the existence of any otherworldly
予知
entity.
でなく予告の可能性ももちろん否定できません。
Not. My brain is starting to fail. I can't tell if that's prescience or prescience. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with prescience. But a warning. What that girl had said was a warning about Yuki's accent, and things became much easier to understand. Basically, the line of thinking became that it was a threat. Because I didn't go back to Tokyo, my wife was killed in a way that made it look like an accident.
奥さんの事故の検証に不備は？
もちろん謀殺の可能性も疑いました。現場検証の書類は全て目を通しましたし、私が独自に調査もしました。
There weren't any witnesses to Yuki's fall. There was the possibility that somebody'd hidden, waiting to push Yuki down the stairs. However, the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I was unable to find anything suspicious. I thought you might be able to have juggle points for Saturday.
結局、独自の検証の結果でも、
Samus has used this
ユキエが
command?
単独で事故を起こしたとしか考
Suspicious.
えられませんでした。
Four people have seemed suspicious.
まあ確かに、大臣の孫を誘拐して脅迫してのけた連中です。妊婦一人を階段から突き落として証拠を残さないなんてできないことじゃないのかもしれない。
Oishi's expression had completely sobered up.
奥さんは連中に殺された。
Is it weird that all four people are you? I mean, that does seem quite suspicious, Samus's. When Yuki died, I thought that as well. More precisely, I wanted to blame somebody, so I created the most viable scapegoat. But without any clear evidence, that non-violent notion faded along with the wounds in
あ
my
の少
heart.
女は私に妻の死を予告し脅迫したのか、それとも妻の死を予言し救う道を示したのか、そのどちらかなのだとしたら私は後者ではないかと。
Oishi smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his
いや
bottle.
いいですよ。赤坂さんの言う通り、古出理香は未来がわかる預言者だとします。なら、なぜあの大災害が予知できなかったんです？あんな恐ろしいガス災害が起こると知ってて、どうして黙っていたんです？ほんの数時間前でもいい。もし村に知らされていたら、ほとんどの人は死なずに済んだかもしれないじゃないですか。
It was near the end of June 1983. Volcanic gases from the Onigafuchi swamp erupted and hit the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. It caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact over any reports of odd smells. I hadn't heard of the blockade on Hinamizawa area being lifted, so it should still be cordoned off.
それは
It was my turn to be lost for a response.
まあでも、お社様の生まれ変わりである古出理香が殺されたので、村がお社様の怒りに触れて、それで沼から瘴気が湧き出して村を死滅させたんじゃないかって、そういう話が確かにひなみ沢系の生存した人間たちの間でまことしやかにささやかれてたのは事実ですね。
大石さん、失礼。今殺されたとおっしゃいましたか？
え？ああ、まあ赤坂さんになら話しても問題ないか。
When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered the girl, and I found her name in the list of victims. That's why, at the time, I thought her own death she had predicted was due to the gas. It was after that I learned from the tabloids of a series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. And that string of mysterious deaths lined up exactly with what that girl had predicted. I had always thought to ask Oishi about it, as he had been involved in the investigation. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion. Right now, Oishi had said, Rika Furude didn't die in the disaster, but was killed?
最後の年のたたりについて聞かせてもらってもいいですか？
私、退職したとはいえ、守秘義務がありますよ。
中井さん、すみません。お冷やで、ちょっとグレードの高い地酒はありませんか？
And he can still be bribed.
種類はお任せします。
いやいや、そういうつもりで言ったんじゃないんだけどな。
Oishi laughed loudly, not wholly unsatisfied, and stopped the hostess to tell her that the cheap booze was fine.
私も週刊誌で報道されている通りのところまでは知っています。でも、大災害の年のたたりは全く知りません。
例の大災害のせいで、ひなみ沢地区全域が封鎖されちゃいましたからね。最後の年のたたりについては、ほとんど捜査ができてないんですよ。何年か後に封鎖が解けたとしても、村人のほとんどが死んでますし、数少ない生存者も親戚の元なんかに散って、所在がほとんどわからないですからね。完全に迷宮入りです。
Oishi seemed to postulate to himself as he stared at the ceiling, of trying to work out a memory from the rusty cogs in his head. And then, he said in a completely sober
週刊誌
voice,
なんかじゃ、5年目のたたりが大災害だ、みたいな言い方をしてますけどね。本当の5年目のたたりは、ちゃんと綿流しの祭りの当日にあったんですよ。富武二郎っていう旅行写真家がいましてね。彼が犠牲に。
Oishi gestured about how the victim tore out his own throat with his fingernails as he talked.
で、その富武氏の恋仲の女性が山中で焼死体に。お隣の県警さんがあんまり協力的じゃなかったもんで、こっちはあまりよく状況を知らないんですがね。
一夜にして犠牲者が2人も。
実はね、2人どころじゃ済まないんですよ。その翌日になんですがね、私の後輩の熊谷君が捜査中に車両ごと蒸発しましてね。
Kumagai was a younger detective that was going to be partnered with Oishi after we first met.
富武氏の事件捜査のために村に聞き込みなんかに回ってたんですよ。何かの事件に巻き込まれたのかもしれない。私と一緒だったなら無事だったかもしれないと思うと、今でも悔しいですよ。あの日どういうわけか私、お腹をひどく壊しましてね。外回りは遠慮しちゃってたんですよ。
事件の真相に近づきすぎて。
と思ってます。熊ちゃんは善と有望な若者だったけど、まだ現場経験が不足してた。トラブル慣れしてなかったんです。
Oishi lamented the fact that he wasn't with his subordinate that
で、
day.
さらに翌日ですね。なあ、彼のことは赤坂さんもご存知ですよね。ほら、入江先生ですよ。覚えてます？
ああ、あの病院の若い先生ですね。ぼんやりと覚えてます。
彼ですね。どういうわけか睡眠薬で自殺しまして、遺書の類はなし。司法解剖の結果でも睡眠薬によるものと断定されました。動機以外に不審な点はなし。
睡眠薬での死に見せかけるのはそんなに難しくないんじゃないですか？他殺の可能性は。
独身で離婚歴もなし。特定の女性と付き合っていたという話もなし。少年野球チームの監督を務め、村人との親交もあり、誰からも好かれる人物。敵が見当たりませんね。 まあそれを調べるにも、もうあの大災害でめちゃくちゃになっちゃいましたからね。今となっては彼の身辺を調べようもありませんが。
Okay, who else do we throw on this death train?
それでフルでリカの死は？
その当日です。昼頃に神社に訪れた村の老人たちがフルでリカの死体を発見しました。
他殺？
ああ、話す前にそのイカそうめん食べちゃっといた方がいいですよ。
無体な死に方？
Koichi nodded firmly.
死体は神社の境内、賽銭箱の脇でした。もっとも閉めたのは他の場所でしょうね。全裸で裸足。足の裏は汚れてませんでしたから。
愉快犯の犯行？
司法解剖の結果、そういった痕跡は認められませんでした。分かったのは、薬物で昏睡させられてからあの場所へ運ばれ、腹部を切開、意図的に臓器を引きずり出して四方に散らしてみせました。
昏睡？では回復は死後ではなく？
うん。
なんてむごい。
That girl's prediction was right on the mark. Pretty sure she was more detailed about the other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think she said that the housewife that was beaten to death on the 4th year had her head split open. Then in that case, did she know that her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as she prophesied, as the years passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then, facing the final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all too young life was snuffed out. And in such a cruel way. Knowing that her days were numbered, and unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart ached at her helplessness.
この死に方ですが、どうも単なる猟奇趣味ってわけじゃないみたいなんです。と言いますのはですね、ひなみ沢はかつて鬼が住んでたって話は以前もしましたよね。
うん。そんな話も聞きましたっけ？
ひなみ沢村のお祭りの綿流しってのはそもそも綿流し、つまり臓物流しから転じたものらしいんです。なんでも人食い鬼たちが犠牲者をばらして内臓を川に捨てたというところから転じたらしいんですよ。
つまりひなみ沢村においては内臓を引きずり出すことに宗教的な意味があったと。
で、ひなみ沢村の昔話によるとですね、人食い鬼と人間が仲良く暮らすための調停者としてお社様という神様が降臨しているってことになってるらしい。
確かフルデリカはそのお社様の生まれ変わりだと言われてるんでしたね。
ねえ。ですからその荒人神であるフルデリカを回復して殺すのは村の信仰に対するこれ以上ない冒涜行為と言えるわけです。
信仰への冒涜、それはつまりお社様への冒涜ということですね。
あとは赤坂さんも知っての通りです。お社様のたたりが起こるのはその晩のことです。
ひなみ沢大災害。
The official explanation was that some swamp upstream erupted with toxic volcanic gas which enveloped the village.
発生した沼は鬼ヶ淵沼と言いまして、ひなみ沢村の旧名鬼ヶ淵村の名前の源となった沼です。村の言い伝えではこの沼の奥底は地獄につながってるそうで。
できすぎですね。
いやいやいや、まだまだできすぎてますよ。村には伝承がありまして、お社様がお怒りになられると 地獄の釜が開いて正気があふれ出すなんて言うんですよ。
村人にとって地獄というのは沼の底のこと。つまりそこから正気があふれ出して村を襲うということ。
そう。つまり古出リカ子とお社様の生まれ変わりが冒涜される殺され方をしたので、お社様がお怒りになってたたりとしてあの大災害を起こしたと、そういう話がまかり通っちゃってるんですよ。
つまりあの大災害は人為的なもの。
確かに話ができすぎてますからね。お社様のたたりが実在せず、本当の偶発的事故でもないってんなら、そう疑いたくもなりますよね。
A wry smile formed on Oishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though even if it were absurd, there was a time he thought the same thing as
村の
well.
侵攻をめぐって狂信的な一派があったと仮定し、彼らがお社様のお怒りがあるような状況を作り出し、大災害を実行してみせた。
もちろん私は笑いませんよ。私も一度ならずともそう考えたことはあります。ですがひなみ沢村がいかに小さい村とはいえ、人口は1000人以上。それを一夜にして抹殺するなんて、どう考えても現実的じゃないです。
The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m., several hours before dawn. In that short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way that made it look like poison gas didn't seem feasible at all.
ガスの発生した沼もまた宗教的な意味がありましたよね。だとしたら沼に何か仕掛けがあって、神の裁きをいつでも再現できるような何かがあったとか。
自衛隊の発表では沼が発生源だということになってますよね。調査チームとかが詳しく調べた上での発表ですからね。そんな仕掛けがあったら見つけてると思いますけどね。
沼そのものに仕掛けがあるとは限りませんよ。ほら、聞いたことありませんか？遠くの泉の水が枯れたら村の泉も枯れたなんて昔話。
何ですかそりゃ。
水源ってのは地下水脈等でつながっていることが多いんです。沼や泉はそれが地上に露出した部分に過ぎません。
つまり赤坂さんが言いたいのは、鬼ヶ淵沼とつながった別の沼か泉があって、それに何らかの仕掛けをすると、鬼ヶ淵沼の圧力とか水圧とかそういうものがいろいろ変わって毒ガスが噴出する仕掛けを大昔の村人がこさえていたと、そういう話ですよね。
Oishi laughed heartily, commending the fact that youngins have a nice flexible way of thinking. That was the former detective in him. Even though it was a hypothesis that he didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind to not dismiss it right away.
面白い話です。それが立証できたら、日本の犯罪史始まって以来の空前規模の大量殺人ってことになりますよ。
ひなみ沢村の封鎖が解除されたら、ぜひ調べるべきだと思います。大石様、県警にはまだ影響力は？
そこそこには。柔道部の名誉顧問ですからね。今でも夏の合宿やなんかにはちょくちょく出かけてます。
ひなみ沢村の封鎖解除がいつになるかわかりませんが、ぜひ調べさせてください。
わかりました。
大石さんはこのひなみ沢村連続開始事件、
当時の署内は村人の圧力でぎゅうぎゅうでしてね。連続事件は存在しないというのが当時の公式見解でした。事件は個々でまたそれぞれに解決していると。
I'm trying to figure out, because this has just been a roller coaster at the end. I'm trying to figure out how much is actually left. What does chat think? Should we continue with this, or should we hold off until next Monday?
バカな。村の侵攻に基づいた連続事件であることは明白なのに。
赤坂さん、そりゃ5年も続いて派手な最後があった今だから言えることですよ。あの当時は偶然の事件が偶然にも綿流しの日に起こる。今年は起きないといいな、なんて感じだったんです。
偶然なものか。少女は初めから全て予言していた。
少女？
フルで理科です。あの子は私にその後の事件を全て予告してみせました。
赤坂さん、そりゃ本当ですか？
はい、あの子は言ったんです。翌年ダムの現場監督が殺され、死体をバラバラにされるとのみにとどまらず、その後に続く連続事件を全て私に予告してみせました。
赤坂さんがその話を聞いたのは昭和の何年の話ですか？
私が少女と出会ったのは誘拐事件調査の折ですから、昭和53年6月です。
バラバラ殺人の前年に？
Wrinkles formed between Oishi's eyebrows as he closed his eyes and began to digest what I had just told him.
赤坂さん、フルで理科が神通力で未来が分かったなんて話がなしだとするなら、これはとんでもない話ですよ。
はい。
今さら私を驚かせるための作り話だなんて言ったら本気で怒りますよ。
私は真実を話しています。連続開始事件は発生の前年にはもうすべてシナリオが用意されていた。そしてその予告の通り、フルでリカは殺されました。私ははじめ大災害による死を指したものと思っていた。でも彼女の死は災害ではなく、殺人者の手による残忍なものであることが分かりました。彼女は殺されると言った。彼女は自分の死を具体的にあの時点で知っていたんです。
ならフルでリカはどうして逃げ出さなかったんですかね。仮にそういった死のシナリオがすでに出来上がっていたとして、彼女はそれを知り、かつ数年という猶予期間があったわけですよね。逃げ出すなり警察に相談するなりの時間はあったはずです。なぜ抗わずに自らの死を受け入れたんです？
わかりません。
フルでリカは村の年寄り連中に可愛がられてはいましたがね。両親を失った後は親類もゼロで身寄りはなく、親しい友人と肩を寄せ合うだけの孤独な生活でしたからね。戦う力も頼れる人間も身近にはいなかったのかもしれません。
彼女は自分の死に対して誰かに SOS を発しはしなかったんでしょうか？
村と警察が穏便な関係じゃなかったのは赤坂さんも知られるところだと思います。少なくとも私の耳にはフルでリカが自身の身柄の保護を求めてきたという情報はありません。あるいは自身が宗教的な生贄にされることに対し定感というか達観というか、そういうものがあったのかもしれませんね。
そんなはずはない。
I spoke decisively. At that time, she said it. She definitely said that she wanted to live happily, that she wanted to spend her time surrounded by her dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She'd hoped to keep on living. That moment I became dumbstruck.
どうしました？赤坂さん？
いえ。
I fell into silence. Oishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually he stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling that he wanted a pen and paper. When Oishi, noisy even though he was just thinking, left, the room immediately fell into a chilled silence. I stood up. It was then I realized that I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. When I slid open the window, a beautiful, its somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. It was just now that I realized she hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living, happily and joyously. She had said that quite clearly to me, but I was a fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She had made it clear as day that she didn't want to die. Wasn't that her cry for help? She didn't say as much that she wanted help, but even given that, it wasn't though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family and unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village, somebody from a faraway place. Me. Help me. She had gone around and cut the phone cords. If I had made that phone call and learned of Yuki's death, I probably would have fallen into despair. If I was in that state, even if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. That's why. Knowing everything, she had cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Oishi, just before now, had lamented that one of the younger officers gotten mixed up in a case, having been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. If only I was there in June of 1983, I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. While raising the only daughter Yuki had left me, putting all my youth and passion into my work, honing my wits and courage, wrestling with difficult cases. Nothing like my failings during the kidnapping incident would have occurred. I wouldn't have been so slow to react in a one-on-one fight. By that point, I'd jumped into foreign mafia-run gambling parlors, where I'd learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I had grown so much that in 1983, I couldn't have even compared to how I was in 1978. That's why, if I was by her side, I should have been able to save her life. No matter what conspiracy or foul plots drew near, I definitely would have protected her. She, even though sounding resigned, should have still been able to ask me for help. I just didn't realize it. I couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized it if I was told of Yuki's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I had taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yuki's accident. I would have been able to protect the girl to whom I owed a debt from even a predetermined death. She must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. Until I learned about that, I had forgotten about Hinamizawa. In order to recover from the shock of Yuki's death, I had tried to remove everything about the place from my memory. What an ungrateful fool I was. Even though in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me of a way to save Yuki, I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now, here we were. She hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster. She was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs torn out. She must have known beforehand that on that day, on that year, she would have been killed in such a terrifying way. Even knowing what awaited her, she was all too weak. A lone girl without anybody to rely on, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death, and left this mortal coil. She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. She didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, it was the very basest of desires. Never said a peep about wanting money, or that she wished she was in somebody else's situation. She'd said it, that if all deaths were preordained, then hers was probably also according to plan. She might have been a lone, frail girl. I don't think she would have accepted it all without at least putting up a fight. There must have been, in some small way, some form of resistance that she mustered. With what she could muster, seeking my help was part of that. I howled, stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I couldn't save a single girl from the misfortune that was awaiting her? Was it because there was so much going on at that time I couldn't process the fact that she was asking for help? Yeah, that's right, I was still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have definitely been able to help her. But it was already all over. Samus has redeemed another stretch. I thought you were going to save up. Thought you wanted that juggle. Ugh. I think I only allowed 3 stretches per stream. I think it's once per hour, so I think this is the last stretch we can do. But I feel like I think we're close enough to the end. I might as well keep going. You've had so many juggles. You've liked doing this. Alright, there you go, Samuses. There was the third and I believe last stretch, if I set that up properly. I'm glad I remembered to put that full screen. I don't actually remember pressing the button, but I'm glad my brain did it automatically. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Hinamizawa, as a dangerous area, was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were already dead, but the few that did remain spread across the country, unable to be traced. The stage of that tragedy was still off limits as well. The police investigation was put on hold, the case slowly being buried in the sands of time. Just like I wouldn't have known unless Oishi had asked me about it.
Akasaka-san, 大丈夫ですか?
At some point, Oishi had returned with a notebook in hand. Until I saw the expression on Oishi's face, I didn't realize that I was in tears.
私は気づけなかった。少女の助けに気づけなかった。
Akasaka-san, 落ち着いてください。
でも、もう全部遅いんです。少女は殺された。こんなにも無残な殺され方で。私は頼られたのに。救えなかった。救えなかった。
村人と良好な関係を築かなかった私にも責任があるかもしれません。フルでリカが私にそれを打ち明けてくれたなら、私だって救いの手を差し伸べられたかもしれない。彼女が打ち明けに足る信頼を築けなかった。後悔しています。
When she said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yes, she had given me her trust. She trusted me, meaning that she thought that I would have been able to ward off her fate, of her foreseen death. She believed in that. I cried, fell to my hands and knees as I began to bawl. Eventually, Oishi spoke quietly.
Akasaka-san, 悔しいですか?
悔しいです。
ならば、フルでリカの仇を取るに値する方法が一つだけあります。
そんな方法があるんですか？
Oishi showed me the pen and notebook.
フルでリカの死を悼むためにも、せめて私たちで真相を。そうです。フルでリカだけじゃない。大勢が死にました。彼らの無念は計り知れません。でも彼らの死は、あの大災害でうやむやにされ、今は捜査すらされることなく、忘却の彼方に葬られようとしています。大勢死んだ。おやっさんも殺された。クマちゃんも消された。みんな犠牲になった。なのに警察は捜査もできないでいる。誰に無念が晴らせるのか。私たちだけなんですよ。赤坂さん。
私たちに真相が。
ええ、明かせますよ。連続開始事件のすべての現場を踏み、村の裏事情に精通する私と、連続開始事件の前年にフルでリカから重要な真実を明かされたあなたとなら。
でももう死んでしまったんですよ。
そうです。フルでリカは死にました。あなたが青2歳だったから救えなかった。
Oishi grabbed me, who was a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels.
その償いとして真相を究明するんです。あなたの話が事実なら、全ての事件は計画ということになる。そうならば調べ方は全然変わってくるんですからね。私は今夜をかけてあなたと私の持つ全ての情報をノートにまとめ、明日の朝一番で元の部下たちと連絡を取るつもりです。あの事件を終わらせるものか、絶対に暴いてやるんです。
暴く。暴く。
ねえ、あれから数年が経過しましたが、時効ではない。捜査は中断であっても終了ではない。まだ続いているんです。続けさせるんです。
ええ、やりましょう。大石さん、このまま終わらせたりなんかしない。絶対私たちがこの真相を暴いてみせるんです。絶対に。
I demonstrated my resolve to Oishi by crying out those words, and just then,
Papa?
the sliding door behind me opened, and Miyuki revealed herself, while sleepily rubbing her eyes. My shouting must have awoken her, and she rushed over to me.
どうしたのパパ。パパ、泣いてるの？
ああ、なんでもない。なんでもないよ、みゆき。
I tried hard to smile while wiping away my tears. Though Miyuki looked like she was about to cry herself, she extended her little hand to me.
大丈夫？また怖い夢を見たの？泣かないでパパ。
And when she makes that gesture towards me, I saw the figure of another girl overlapping with her, and her innocent gaze and innocent expression felt frustratingly nostalgic, filling me with painful torment. A girl who couldn't be here because I didn't reach out to her. She borrowed my daughter's body to offer me words of comfort.
赤坂、泣かないでくださいなのです。
It might be a hallucination, maybe a convenient illusion formed from my selfish dreams. However, it was her voice. I'm certain I heard it. Rather than blaming me for my mistake, she was compassionate.
ああ、泣くものか。泣くよりもまず私にはやるべきことがある。みゆき、パパはね、お前が生まれる前にひなみ沢ってところだ天使みたいな女の子に会ったんだ。
天使？本当に？
可愛くて優しくて、みゆきにも会わせてあげたかったな。
Right. It's already an impossible wish. That future is already gone.
じゃあみゆき、その子とお友達になりたい。楽しみだな。今度みゆきも連れて行ってね、ひなみ沢に。
Even so, there's still something I can do.
ああ、そうだね。いつか一緒に会いに行こう。必ず。
Someday, I'm sure, we will see her again. That summer, Higurashi cried in Hinamizawa. Oishi and I vowed to bring the truth of the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least wanting to apologize, had searched for her grave. After the state autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa area was lifted, they would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure who exactly took the remains of Rika Furude until today, I couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa is lifted, all I could do then was wait until whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize to her. Instead, till I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas in the Hinamizawa area meant that the prospect of the quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. Most likely, it seemed, that she had no intention of meeting me again until I had found the truth. That's why the quarantine wouldn't be lifted, or so I thought, until the day I grasped the truth. It was the following year. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the great Hinamizawa disaster. I decided on the title, Higurashi, When They Cry. That was because, for those few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound that I remembered the most was the cry of the Higurashi. I could only wish that based on this book, those people involved with that incident would refresh their memories and bring to light a new truth. And more importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote this in the afterword.
この惨劇がどうして起こされたのか、私たちだけでは真相に至ることが叶いません。どうかこれを読んだあなた、真相を解き明かしてください。それだけが私たちの願いです。
This year, the quarantine on Hinamizawa still hasn't been lifted. So, we managed to get through Chapter 6 today. I know it's already like 40 minutes over my usual thing, but I'm gonna watch the ending party anyways, because it's usually only like 15-20 minutes long, and it seems dumb starting next stream with just like 15-20 minutes of that, only to move on to something else. So, we have the all-cast review session. If you haven't seen these before, basically it's all the characters, in this case some that might not have even appeared in this game, giving their thoughts and what they think really happened. And it's often quite dumb. And of course they'll also shout out themselves and the next game.
いやいや、なんだかんだと言いましても、今回のシナリオは私の独壇場でしたからね。しかも 渋いジャズ調なテーマ曲まで追加。これで笑えなきゃどこで笑えって言うんですかね。なはははは。
というわけで大石はそろそろ出過ぎなのですよ。
え、それはどういう意味ですか、リカ。
言葉通りの意味じゃい。あれだけ出番があってここまで出張ろうとは身の程をわきまえないにも程がございましてよ。今回はメインヒロインはリカちゃん以外みんな出番ほとんどなかったからね。
今回は箸休め的なシナリオだからとは聞いてたけど、ここまでメイン勢がないがしろにされるとは思わなかったよ。
ミオンさんはまだいい方ではございませんの。多少は登場していましたよ。私とレナさんなんか気配も出てきませんですわ。レナはジャケットにも登場してますですからまだマシなのですよ。ということはつまり何ですの？私だけが一人のけ者で出番なしということなんでございますの？ミパー
You're such a dick.
私だけこの扱いはひどいですわ。かわいそかわいそですよ。きっとだんだん扱いが悪くなって最後には脇役に転落しているに違いないのですよ。そんなのあんまりですわ。
Remember what I said about these just being dumb sometimes?
さとこちゃんのことが好きな人だって大勢いるんだもん。そんなひどい扱いになんかならないよね。こんな扱い嫌ですの。きっと次こそ出番がいっぱいあると思うな。元気出してこね。
しかし今回のシナリオはおまけ的なシナリオとは聞いてたけど、実際どうよ。なんだか随分話がややこしくなったように思うんだけど。
僕には難しくてよくわかんないお話だったのですよ。何しろ信じられなかったのが連続開始事件が起こる前の年にもうリカちゃんがそれを知っていたなんて。
ってことはつまり全ての事件は最初から予定されたシナリオってことになるんだよね。これはかなり大きい情報だよ。
僕がきっと巫女なのでお社様のお告げで未来が分かったに違いないのですよ。
人間犯人説の私としてはそれは真っ先に否定したいところだな。
レナはたたり派なんでひなみ沢を見守るお社様の生まれ変わりであるリカちゃんにそういう神通力もひょっとするとあったんじゃないかなって思うな。
ああ、ダメダメ。人間派はそういう得体の知れないファンタジーは一切認めないの。事件は全て人間の仕業。たたりも魔法もイカサマもズルも一切なし。
Or aimbots or cheat codes. Perfect.
僕は魔法とか使えたら素敵だと思いますのですよ。リカちゃんならなんとなくそういうのが使えてもいいかなって思うな。は
まあ人間派にとっては最後の最後でとにかくこれはでかい情報だね。最初の事件からリカちゃんが殺され大災害に至るまで
Yes, she 360 no scopes.
つまり丸々一つの事件だったってことが分かるだけで推理材料は格段に増えるんだから。
レナはこの予言こそつまりリカちゃんが神通力を使える証拠。つまりひなみ沢村には不思議な力が存在するんだってことの証拠になると思ってる。 人間だけに起こせる事件じゃないことの証明になるんじゃないかな。僕は頭がこんがらがってわかんないです。
そうだそうだ、それよりもさ、今回リカちゃんが見せたあの表情、なんだか怖かったな。
レナも驚いたな。可愛らしいリカちゃんがあんな笑い方をするとは思わなかったよ。
ねえ、ちょっとさ、もう一回あの顔をしてみせてよ。
嫌なこったなのですよ。レナも劇中以外ではしてほしくないな。ふう。うわっ、なに停電かな。
全員動くなでございましてよ。変な動きをしますとバルカン一斉射撃から誘導ミサイル連射、そしてとどめにレーザーサーベルめった切りをお見舞いしましてよ。
Good thing we have, you know, those aimbot hacks. Now we can shoot you in the dark.
サトコ、これは何の真似？
Hello, super sexy Got Mew. How are you doing? Hope I pronounced that correctly.
出番なし軍団、これよりお疲れ
Super
様会を
Mew.
占領さ
Okay,
せていただきました
I
よ。
can call you that. How are you doing, Super Mew? Yes. Well, welcome. Well, yeah, we're at the end. So we've been through it.
なんだか素敵な登場をありがとう。
At least for this one. There will be more Higurashi hell to go through, I'm sure.
改めまして皆さん、こんにちは。
いやー、まさかこんなところで出番があるとはな。思わぬ出番が嬉しいよ。
Oh, what's the...
さとこちゃん、ありがとう。
Yeah, next one's the Shion one, I'm pretty sure.
皆さんこんにちは。
あらあら、身動きなさらない方がいいと警告しましてよ。
竜宮さん、大丈夫ですか？
Thank you, Samuses.
王女さん、ここまでやらなくても。
Really? Really? Mod thing? Are you... Automod is weird sometimes. But yes, we'll finally meet Keiichi. Yeah, Santa's now banned. Too many hoes. No, you did nothing wrong. Automod on Twitch is just weird sometimes.
出番がなかった恨みは恐ろしいんですね。
It didn't like the word twink and it didn't like the word hoe. Both of those were fine, don't worry about it.
本編の分までサトコが大活躍なのです。
出番なしの。
Samuses was just joking that if we can't say the word hoe, then Santa's clearly banned from Twitch. Yeah, don't worry about it.
くそー、いつの間にこれだけのトラップを。
Thank you for the follow.
ここがお疲れ様会の会。
そうか、わかった。
I think you mean, oh, new follow.
あんたの後ろで糸を引いているやつがいるね。
Yes, follow. Droth and I were on the same page for that one.
いるんでしょ?
Really, Automod, can you please be smart enough? If we allowed one hoe, we can allow two hoes.
出てきなさい。ハロロン、
And here she is.
ごきげんよ
But 3, that's too many.
しーちゃんだ。こんにちは。
No worries about upsetting the bot. You are totally fine.
同じ
Stop
罠に
moving.
2度もかかってかわいそうかわい
You
そう
won't
です。
fall into the same trap.
やっぱりシオンか。何気に主役張ったシナリオまであるの
Bot
にこ
doesn't
の
like
ロー
us,
ゼ
we don't like the bot. It is mutual.
あんたやってくれるじゃないの。怪盗編前の折り返しおまけシナリオとはいえ、お姉だけに出番を許すほど私も寛大じゃないってことです。
Thank you, Samus.
まあそんなわけでちょっとさとこを焚きつけさせてもらいました。シオン、あんた。
Yeah, I'm excited to actually see Keiichi. More than I think he does a cameo at the end of the last game when they're like, "Hey, he's got character art," and I think he does like a 5-second cameo,
昨今ですね。
and you can see it.
どういうわけか、お姉がじりじりと票を伸ばしてるんですよね。
I hope he has the crappy character art like everyone else. I hope they went back and did that. You should request a raise. I will double your salary, Samus's. How's that?
共通ルートのみーちゃん萌えって意見が開発陣の間でも結構多いんだよ。
Accepted. Haha.
恋路の悪いあんたのボロが出て、プレイヤー処刑はやっと私の魅力に気づいてきたってことだね。
Rena is my favorite. Just for you, Super Mew, because I think you will enjoy this. Usually this is a channel reward, but I actually have a statue of Mion in her costume. I put it down, Samus's. There you go. I know you don't like them, Samus's.
サトコもたたり殺しで高評価らしいし。レナやリカちゃんには根強い固定
I actually had to Google if it was Mion or Shion because I didn't know, and I had to look up on like the manufacturer code on the bottom, and it is in fact Mion.
あんたの人気もとっくに陰ってるってことだね。そういうわけで。
If I bring it back, Samus will scold me. He's already scolding me.
不穏に票を伸ばすお姉やサトコをここいらで一つ叩き落としておこうと思いまして、こういう大仕掛けを打たせてもらったというわけです。
You know, I bet someone actually does have the Twitch account of Santa, and I'm kind of curious what they broadcast
シオン
now.
さん、今何と言いまして？私も叩き落とすですって？
おちびちゃんは気づくのが遅いようで。そら！
Yeah, Samus hates all my anime figurines and charms, which is why 2 people have redeemed there's a channel point reward to show them one of them randomly, and people do that just to annoy Samus's.
にゃにゃにゃ
ー。さよならレギュラーの皆さん。こんにちは、イレギュラーの皆さん。
Oh, apparently we're all regular folks now.
あんたたちメインヒロインはこれでおしまいです。
Mim, are you still awake? Keiichi should show up soon.
そこまでやらなくてもいいんじゃないかな。
Yes, Samus thinks that Mim should be going to sleep soon.
まあまあ、ジローさん。面白いからほっときましょうよ。
私たち二人の出番がいっぱい増えるのよ。二郎さんは私と一緒。いや。
I'd like to say no, because every time he's by your side, he dies.
そんなことないよ。
We got some bedtime bims for Mim.
先生までしーちゃんに買収されちゃったんですか？
ごめんね、竜宮さん。シオンさんが次回のシナリオからは教えて千恵先生のコーナーを作ってくれるっていうから、つい。
Are you missing anything?
さてと。
Not in particular, I don't think. It's
誰から恥ずかしい処刑をしてあ
at
げま
this
しょう
point, it's
かね。
basically been the characters complaining like I didn't get enough screen
大仕
time.
掛けを手伝ってくれ
Well,
た
next time
お礼
I'm
に
getting all the screen time.
さとこからかな。
Basically, I would describe these segments
それ
as
は
like
許しませんよ。
oh. Oh. Here I was excited that we finally were getting Keiichi, but no.
なんだか珍しく頼もしく見えますわ。
Oh, you're missing the maids. There you go.
さとこちゃんに対する狼藉は私入江京介が許すわけにはいきません。私も脇役一派ではありますが、懐柔できると思わないことですよ。
ありゃ、この後に収録予定の実録さとこメイド教育着せ替え編の主役は降板したいと。
Mim, I think we found your new hidden documentary. Sadako maid training dress-up chapter.
シオン様、この入りへ一生どこまでもついてまいります。
怪獣早っ。さーて、これで全て私の支柱ですね。これからはお疲れ様会もシナリオも全て私の思うままに進めさせてもらいますね。あれ、一人足りない。
シオン様、
Oh yes, he does have the Edgeworth hair.
竜宮さんがいません。
OG
いつ
Rena?
の間に抜け出したのか。
いた、竜宮さん。さっき身動きしてはいけませんと言ったはずですよ。
レナちゃん、
We get Rena, I can switch the character art.
無難だよ。
There we go.
悪いけどこんなやり方おかしいと
Oh
思います。
yes, there we go. That's what everyone came here for.
それは何の真似？目明かし編の台本？なるほど。登場回数を削られる前に確保しておこうという魂胆ね。
To abuse mod powers or not abuse mod powers? I'm trying to think what you would do, Samus's.
レナさん、無駄な抵抗はよしておとなしくした方がいいと思います。私をあんまり怒らせるとあなただけでなくお姉たちの処遇も変わってくることになりますよ。
Yeah, Samus is joking. For the most part. Except maybe against Mim.
レナ、ここは悔しいけど言う通りにした方が。
大丈夫、安心して。この目明かし編の台本が加わったことでレナたちはこの状況を逆転できるの。逆転？一体どんな秘策があるというんですの？
レナさんは結構笑わせるのがうまいですね。なら試してみたらどうです？その逆転ってやつを試しに見せてください。
しーちゃんは甘えてる。本編にいくら出番がなかったからってこうしてお疲れ様会でこれだけの出番を得ているのに。
Aggressively T-poses over you.
私がいつ甘えたって言うんです？
しーちゃんは分かってない。
たとえお疲れ様会だけといえども出演し、他のシナリオにもあれだけ登場しておいて、この狼藉、そんなしーちゃんをね、許すことができない地獄の怨嗟が、ほら聞こえてこない？そうか、わかりましたわ。
そうか、ケイちゃんか。
Okay, looks like he's finally going to arrive.
お疲れ様会はいつも出番なし。
I guess last time he was only available by
そ
phone
のケイちゃん
call.
を差し置いてお疲れ様会占領なんてケイちゃんが許すはずがない。なるほど。で、その未だに収録居残り中のケイちゃんがどうやってここへ現れると？まさかケイちゃんを私たちの誰かが追い抜いたわけでもあるまいに。
そう思うのがしーちゃんの慢心だよ。
いけない。あれは赤坂編の収録ワード数票。知恵先生、レナちゃんを取り押さえて。
もう遅いよ。いよいよ出番だよ、ケイチくん。
Okay, it's the reveal we've all been waiting for.
その声はまさかケイちゃんは収録居残り中のはず。
そうさ、今まではそうだった。収録居残りのたびに残りワード数で誰かを抜けばお疲れ様会に参加してもいいよと言われ続けて、それでも他のキャラと比べても2倍あるいは3倍以上もある分量をこなすなど不可能というか、最初から参加させる気ないだろ音響監督さんよーと思って諦めてきたが、ついに俺は抜いたあるキャラを。シオン、これを見やがれ
ー。え？
そう、主役として登場パターンが増えたシオンは当然喋るワード数もこれまでの2倍。しかもミオンとキャストが同じだから。
Man, do I want to know why you've been arrested once?
その結果、俺はようやくついに居残り免除。そしてシオン、今度はお前が居残りだ。
私、次の目明かしでこんなに喋るんですか？ケイちゃんが約500で、シオンは2700超え。これ普通のアドベンチャーゲームなら全キャラの総合係数だよ。
しかもこれにミーの数が加わるのです。その数やなんと、うわー、聞きたくない聞きたくない。
というわけでだ、レナ、感謝するぜ。月にすら見放され真の闇が地上を覆いしとき、漆黒の魔王前原慶一降臨。
You know, you're just making more work for yourself by having these outrageous lines right now. I see. If it's like this, he can appear even if he doesn't have any character art. There's no character or background art, so it's really easy on the production staff. Yes, Samus, I told you right before I started this, I'm like, these things are weird.
まるで自分が悲劇の主人公みたいな振る舞いだったが、俺から見れば実に滑稽千万。少しいい気になりすぎたみたいだな。お疲れ様会の旅に常に居残りになって異老の一杯にすらありつけなかった俺の怒りを、恨みを、悲しみを今こそ教えてくれるぜ。
なんだかケイチくん、悪の化身みたいだな。
化身じゃない、魔王と言ってもらいたいぜ。そして俺が抑圧された悪夢の中で手に
I just want to say, Samus, is earlier today you said you wanted more stream tonight. You asked for this.
俺による俺のために作り出したこの闇の世界では俺に。
ケイチくん、なんだか怖いな。
怖い？ 怖い日暮らしの時間はもう終わりだぜ。ここからはポップでキュートで萌え萌えな日暮らしが始まるのだ。なんですって前原様、ぜひ私もお供に。監督は分かってるじゃねえか。じゃあお医者な監督をしもべに迎えた第一弾として我が魔力を見せよう。
Twitch Automod, I have a new word for you to filter out, please. I'm so glad that was voiced. I didn't have to read that out loud.
なんなのこれ。
高野さんがミニスカなナースさん、ナース服に。
Thank you, Samuses.
しかもピンクとかのギャルゲー的な色じゃない。分かってる。ちゃんと清楚な純白だ。
ナースさんの分際で本編で一度もナース服を着ない。
I also love the fact that they're just talking and they have absolutely no background scene for this.
さてと次の標的はと。
レナこれじゃ全然形勢は逆転してないよ。新しいピンチを迎えちゃってるよ。は
あ、こんな真っ暗じゃレナにもどうしようもないよ。
さて
So if it's in darkness, how can they see the transformation?
手堅く制服、体操服、すく水の三段コンボでも決めとくか。前原様最高っす。その後はバニーさんにコンパニオンに、いえいえレオタード姿もいいですね。いやいやいっそみんなお色気全開に
This
しちゃ
game
う
is
ってのは
inspired
どう
by
でしょう。
Finding Nemo?
もちろん靴下は残すのであります。それいい、分かってるじゃねえか監督。俺
Is it inspired by Finding Nemo, Samuses? Because like Dory, you wish to forget all of this happened?
いえいえ前原さん、いえケイ、私のことはこれからはイリーとドクターイリーとお呼びよ。
ケイ、僕たちのことも忘れちゃ困るよ。
Oh, wrong button. Good thing the part where just a black screen with voices.
ケイのそばにありますよ。
トミー、クラウド、ついに揃ったぜ。四天王、ここに見参だ。
Pokemon's really changed if this is the Elite Four. Wait, there's been a narrator this entire time? I've been speaking?
ケイを筆頭に悪の四天王が揃い踏む。
From now on, whenever I read text, just imagine it in this voice, please.
暗黒を得てついに地上に降臨を果たした漆黒の魔王前原圭一。その魔力は絶大にして無比。この闇では誰にも立ち向かえない。屈するほかない。ああ、ヒロインたちはこの闇を抜け出せず、魔王たちの思うがままに恥ずかしい衣装を次々と強要され、永遠に等身大着せ替え人形の扱いをされてしまうのか。最高だぞ。もっと競泳型だったら許さんぞ。
Why does scrolling automatically advance text? That's annoying. Okay, so we missed.
最高だぞ。もっとやれ。っていうか、すく水はちゃんと旧タイプだろうな。競泳型だったら許さんぞ。
Really, chump? Okay, thank you, Automod.
たくシオン、あんたのせいでこうなったんだから、あんたなんとかしなさいよ。
Yes, this whole time using your own voice like a chump.
大丈夫ですよね。
I must say, the one nice thing about the after parties is it's entirely voiced, like, except for like 1 or 2 lines, so my voice actually has a chance to rest.
そんな都合のいい味方ここにいましたっけ？
チョコザイナ、その先シオン。
Automa just wants you to pay attention to them.
ちなみ
It's
に
a cry for
校長
help,
先生を
really.
期待してるなら残念だな。男子本会ここに極まれり。男たるもの、最善を尽くす
Samus
べし
has
と
redeemed a hydrate. Here you go,
お墨付きが
Samus.
ちゃんとあるのだ。
Thank you for keeping me hydrated.
もちろん新登場の赤坂さんに頼ろうとしても無駄だぜ。昨日からお嬢さんを親類に預けて夫婦水入らずで温泉旅行だそうだからな。つまり八方塞がりってわけさ。
甘いですね、ケイちゃん。安易に闇の世界を生み出して妄想全開スチャラか万歳ってやって
Even characters who have art are able to reveal their true forms in the
可
darkness.
能になるのです。というわけで、
I mean,
知恵先生
they are entirely correct. This game loves having character art on black screens.
真っ暗でよく見えませんけど、なんだか千恵先生の服装が変わってますわね。何ですの？あの両手にいっぱいの剣は。
All of those swords?
まさかそんな。それはいくらなんでも反則。
それ以上は内緒なのですよ。ニパ
前原くん、少しお板が過ぎたようです。これ以上は教会も見逃せません。
ちょっと待てよ。これはないだろ。映るだろ。作品違うじゃねえか。おい、こんなのなしだろ。そのでかいのはまずいって。早すぎる。あんたその動きは絶対人間やめてるだろ。やややや。
Are we gonna see any of these characters again, or are we just knocked out? I think we're just knocked out. Oh no, we do see people again.
改めましてこんにちは。
Oh, but this is like, thank you for
この
playing.
度は日暮の泣く頃
Literally.
の水暇つぶしをお楽しみくださり誠にありがとうございました。
Is this not voiced? Really? Okay. I think you already know this, but Higurashi When They Cry is a type of visual novel without any choices. Lies, we picked a box. Therefore, compared to adventure-type visual novels with branching routes to take, it's much closer to the experience of a book or a movie. Because of that, there's the opinion out there that this should be not called a game, per se. You're just watching it like a book or movie. Higurashi When They Cry isn't really a game, true. That's why, as you know, there are a lot of mysteries referenced during the course of the experience. When you challenge those, this work will become a proper game.
プレイヤーの皆さんにはこの謎に満ちた物語をさまざまな角度から捉え吟味する権利があります。例えば劇中に散りばめられた謎について推理をし、それを発表して反響を得たりすることもまた楽しいかと思います。
In any case, the next chapter starts the answer arc. So up until now, these have been the question arcs. Starting with chapter 5 are the answer arcs. We've tentatively called it Miyakashi. But answers are a sad thing. Based on what is revealed, all the possibilities that you were allowed to imagine until now will suddenly become refined down to a few. Based on that logic, we think that right here, for their answer arcs, is probably where most people will enjoy this work we call Higurashi When They Cry the most. If by chance, while you are reading this, you already have the Miyakashi chapter at hand, please enjoy hypothesizing, theorizing, and fantasizing to the fullest before you start. That's where the real charm of the series takes place. Sorry for saying something so impudent. There's nothing better we'd like than for you to enjoy Higurashi when they cry. And take your
それ
money.
では素敵な夜長を。ひなみ沢村で皆さんをお待ちしていますね。
I appreciate the food shop outside the window.
レナと遊んでくれるなら一緒に宝探しに行きたいな。はう。
Okay. So that's everything. We beat it. Well, we read it all, rather, I guess. But yes, that's the end of Higurashi Chapter 4. I'm kind of surprised we made it tonight. It was one of those things I wasn't sure what would happen, if we would make it or not. But we pushed through and got to the end, which had a bunch of deaths followed by a bunch of really weirdness in the after party. But yes, I'm sorry, Sam says this one is over. I do have Chapter 5 because someone, Beardy, gifted it to me when they really shouldn't have. So we will be continuing with Chapter 5, but it will not be the next game I play. I haven't 100% decided on what I will be starting next Monday, but that will be coming soon.